Brett, can you hear us?
Yeah. I told him he can participate, he can't vote, he doesn't, he's officially
Yep.
not here.
Great,
I'm here.
awesome.
He's there.
I'm here. I'll speak up.
So Jeff, I want clarity. I'd like clarity on that. Hey Jeff.
116 sent me something that
Jeff,
what?
sorry. Can you clarify your statement? He's here, but he's not allowed to vote?
Breck is, so the meeting rules are such that, and all this has changed with COVID, but he can't, he doesn't count, like, he wouldn't count towards quorum. He can't vote. He's not officially here. But I think under the circumstances, just like anybody can participate online, he can certainly, offer his input, but he can't vote. And, and if it's, so that's, and then primarily with things, most of the stuff tonight being preliminary discussion anyway, I think his input would be helpful.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
but no voting.
Okay. All right, let's get started. Would like to welcome everyone, especially everyone in person. Thank you for coming out. It's been a long time since we've had a lot of smiling faces in the seats in front of us, so appreciate that. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After the questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public, and then we'll do a round of comments from the BAR. For each application, members of the public are allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves and provide their address. Comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. We've got a almost full quorum of folks. We've got full quorum of folks here. Brett Gastinger is joining us remotely. Staff has informed us that, I guess due to bylaws, he may not vote this evening, being not physically present, but we certainly welcome and value Brett's comments. Alrighty. First matter up is matters from the public that are not currently on the agenda or the consent agenda. The only matter on tonight's consent agenda are the meeting minutes from the October 15th meeting. Are there any matters from the public not on the agenda? Remy, anybody online?
Virtual attendees are welcome to raise their hand at this time if they'd like to speak by clicking the raise hand icon or pressing *9 if you're joining us via telephone.
All right,
Chair, I see no hands raised.
thank you. We'll now vote on the consent agenda. Again, the meeting minutes from October 15th.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion, move to approve the consent agenda in the October minutes, conditioned on corrections noted by Mr. Schwartz, and maybe corrections on any obvious typos, because it seemed like there were a few, but I know that's a little vague.
Mr. Schwartz, could you summarize maybe briefly what?
Oh, there were just some minor things, just some clarifications in,
Like the word, it should have been EFS and it was Eves. I mean,
Oh, okay.
there were, some of them were meaningful.
and one of them was just, it was a quote that was attributed to me that was actually from Breck, so just some
Okay.
clarifications like that.
Very good. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor, voting on the consent agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, consent agenda passes. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. All right. There are no deferred items this evening. Our first new item is certificate of appropriateness application for 946 Grady Avenue, Dairy Market. Staff is working through some typical, technical difficulties. I think we're about,
It's
you ready?
persistent. Mike, you're here, right? Yes. Yeah. Where's full screen? You? That's what I don't know. So, all right. While it's always something different too, you know, it's never the same problem as last week. It's something the city knows. I'm turning to my mother, and I'm gonna have to start calling my kids to say, how do I turn the TV on and off? Forgive me. 62 is looming quickly on my horizon. All right, this is a COA request for 946 Grady Avenue, the Dairy Central project. You all familiar with the project and the development on the back, the rehabilitation of the building, which was reviewed back in 2018, 2019. We've gotten now to the point where individual tenant spaces are being modified and altered. So this is a request to change the windows on and the way this is oriented, it's on the west elevation facing 10th Street. There's a row of historic window and then 4 infill windows and 3 windows and a door. They're going to they're asking if they can. So there are these 4 openings. The current door that you see, the door on the image is to the right of the window currently, and the door is in the center with 2 side lights, and then the 3 windows fall next to it. So they're rearranging these openings and replacing the 3 windows with either a roll-up type door or a folding door to allow the building to be opened up. So we have no problem with the rearrangement of things, the changing of things, and in fact, I think back in 2020 there was a similar request and the BAR approved it, but it wasn't carried out. The question that I have for the BAR and that you can discuss with Mike is and on the staff report is probably the best illustration of it. And so when the original rehab work was approved, you can see a portion of the north elevation and then a break, and then that's the west elevation. But it was that continuation of the alignment of the rails and muttons on the windows and the doors. So, and currently in the photos you see that those lines are maintained. I don't know to what extent the roll-up door version or the folding door version will perfectly align, and primarily it's center line. We realize there might be some dimensional differences because of the mechanisms, but that's what I have asked Mike to address with you all tonight and sort of explain what the options are. And then I said, we think it's an excellent recommendation. I think these folding doors are neat. I wish we could do them in more places, not in historic openings, but openings where we have the opportunity. But I think, again, the litmus test for you all is that alignment of those elements, and does the proposal adequately meet that? So do you all have any questions for me? Mike, you were?
Sure, I can add a little bit. If you don't mind going back to
Yep.
the picture you had before, but zoom out a little bit, because there's
What-
a photo underneath.
Oh, you
Sorry,
mean
do you
in
mind
the-
stepping up here so
Yeah,
the
okay,
folks
Mike,
online can hear you,
You mean
please?
in your presentation or mine?
Mine, also. Where do you want me
At the podium.
to sit next to
There you go. Thank you.
Oh, I see. This is fancy.
How do I make it?
So if you can zoom out a little bit, please, so you can see both of those images at once. So the bottom one is existing conditions. So Jeff was describing that door. You see it off to the left side there. It's centered in that bay. You want to move it 2 bays over, but not have it centered anymore, but have it be on the right. And I didn't draw it with muntins, but it would have the muntins in it. And in either the case of the overhead door or the accordion style door, the mullions will absolutely line up with the center line of the existing on the front. Because they're all custom units. We could do anything we want. We're not bound to some dimensional constraint. Do you have sheet A11? I know I sent that separately. Remember when you asked for a clarification, Jeff? Do you have the
yeah.
drafted version of the? All right, so on the right, this is a measured drawing of the overhead door condition, and on the left is a measured drawing of the trifold or accordion style. So you see in the overhead door, because of the way it functions, the horizontals are thicker and the verticals are skinny, and it's the opposite in the accordion. And that was the case in the existing conditions too. They picked, I think, the horizontal skinny and the verticals to support the door weight as fatter. All of the ones on the north side are skinny because they're the old steel windows, right? So this is sort of the closest this technology can get. And so we're asking for blessing of both approaches. We're still examining the financial structure of the project, and one of these costs much more than the other. And we'd like to retain the flexibility to let the pro forma tell us which to choose if you find both acceptable.
And Mike, I know you sent me an A11 sheet, but I had a
Yeah,
hiccup
it was-
switching around, so I just
I had
kept
two
what I had.
A7s. I thought maybe you'd.
It worked out. So.
Alrighty, thank you. Let's see, do we have any questions from the public?
Remy, you got that? Nothing.
Okay, any questions from the BAR? Okay. Do we have any comments from the public? Nope. And I'll open it to comments from the BAR.
I'm fine with both, and I'd make a motion if anyone
And if you do,
doesn't disagree.
I think I asked a couple questions.
Oh, did you? I found your cheat sheet.
Yeah, and on my, just make sure I cover my bases here. Yeah, if you have a preference for the roll-up or even the folding doors. And I said, as a condition of approval, masonry opening where the entry door is being removed, the brick and wall sill should be infilled to match existing.
Yes. Yep.
So if you have a preference, state it. If you don't, and
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the proposed here, and you're going to relocate a door, but if you went with the folding doors, why would you need a door there? I guess is my question. And it's just curiosity at this point.
So the person door is one of the two entries and one of the two exits to the space. The folding doors or the overhead doors don't come down to the floor. The brick sill that Jeff's talking about is about 8 inches above sidewalk, 16 inches above the interior floor. So they're not passageways.
Okay, make a motion?
Yeah, I guess my only comment would be in the question of preference. I mean, I think the roll-up doors might be slightly nicer just because this indicates the folding doors would protrude out 30 inches past the facade of the building, but that's only just a minor preference. I would also agree with either one.
My concern would be the rolling doors would be set, they have to be recessed in to the interior face of the wall. So I prefer the folding doors, but again,
Yeah. Either
I'm
one's got
okay
their
with either.
mechanisms to make
Yeah.
it work.
that is the weather face in Charlottesville, so I don't know, Mike, how you guys feel about the weather preference either way, or? I mean, if you have a preference, an opportunity to express it, I guess.
Well, if you're investing in the project. Well, we're not troubled, I should say, by the 30-inch thing. The sidewalk is huge, and this particular area is private property, and it's not the public right-of-way, so we're not intruding there. And our furniture out there, which is not part of today's presentation, a part of another one, will show that that's not an issue. So we don't really have a preference, because we both have their benefits, you see. And as we finish pricing everything out and sort of mock this thing up a little bit more, we'll like to make a decision then. We're just not ready to pull the trigger.
Okay.
So I'm taking that as an either option in the approval.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just a few more questions, sorry,
Yeah.
it just came to me. Could you say again where you're going to relocate the door to? Is it to the right or to the left?
Yeah, so if we can find that photographic image again, please. That one. So on the bottom image, you'll see the person door off to the left there.
Oh, okay,
And it's kind of easy to make out because it's got a heavy lintel piece on top.
okay.
And then in the upper, you'll see we're moving it 2 bays over, and then in the right third of that bay, as opposed to the middle third of that bay.
So the opening where the door is, the remaining 2/3 would not be movable, they'd be static? Or are you proposing a folding door there too? Or, I mean, you couldn't really do a roll-up door.
It'll be fixed. I think
Okay.
it probably needs to be because the jamb for the door needs to be there. So I can't imagine that, yeah, well, that'll stay
Yeah,
fixed.
okay.
And you had mentioned you would have the horizontal muntins put into the door or applied to the door.
That's right, yes.
Is that in the application? Or
We can
if-
make it a condition. It's absolutely
That's
just
what
an
I was-
error.
that's
It
what I
was
was
a
gonna
typo on my
suggest.
part, and.
No, I wouldn't say that.
you know,
I think that
well,
would be a.
I should have drawn it. I just,
Yeah, my understanding it was the attempt to reuse what's there, and
Yes.
rearrange it and move it. But if that wasn't possible, then it would
Right.
replicate.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry.
Right, that's
that wasn't
correct.
clear.
One question. The fixed portion next to the door, I assume that detailing would match the doors of the other openings?
it will, yes.
And why not just leave the door where, in its original location?
Well, the floor plan
The floor
doesn't
plan.
support that location.
Mhm. And can you confirm the color that you would be?
And white.
I've got one question. The new door, will it have a small bottom rail like you're showing in the image, or will it have a taller bottom rail that aligns with the daylight opening like the original?
If it's ADA, it can't have a small bottom rail.
And nor should it visually, if that's an option.
Not that it matters significantly.
Well, I think we would keep it equal to the rails and stiles on the other sides. I don't see why we'd have a tall rail.
I think the condition would be, I mean, the door that's there, and the goal was to simply move it. So I think in the motion, it would be that a new door and side lights are necessary, that they will match the door in that current opening,
Yeah,
the door and side lights.
I don't know how much can be reused. We haven't taken it apart yet, and it might be that that's all new. Once we disassemble that bay, it might not be usable anymore. At which point we could use a small rail easily.
But I could be wrong, but you're the architect on this, but I'm pretty sure an ADA requirement is you can't have a small rail at the bottom of the glass door.
Because the
It's gotta be
glass is
10 inches.
a hazard.
Yeah, you have to have a smooth
I don't
surface for 10
recall.
inches.
I don't recall, but I'll make sure it's legal.
Sorry, it's your project, sorry.
Well, yeah, because there's identical.
I just don't want us to like say you have to have a small rail and you come back
And
and
then
find
it's
it.
against the law,
Yeah.
right? I understand.
The key is, there are identical door on the north elevation, so, and that was just done a couple years ago, I mean, unless something's changed very recently,
I
so.
think it's, okay.
Yeah, so that door that's there in the bottom image matches what's on the north elevation. And so when it's relocated or a new is used, my assumption is it would then match what's there, matching the north elevation. Now, I mean, we have photos we can look at. Is that something with the rail dimension that's like
It's a,
very recent?
as far as I understand, it's a code condition that is often not caught.
Okay, I got you there.
And, yeah, so,
Well,
But
we'll make,
again, that's
we
up
can
to the
agree to make it
architect
as
to-
small as allowable per
yeah.
ADA.
Gotcha.
All right. Make a motion?
I think we're ready.
Okay. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find that the proposed door and window alterations at the west elevation satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this IPP, and that the BAR approves the request as submitted with the following conditions. that the muntins will align with those on the north elevation, that there will be muntins in the door, and that the sill at the existing door will be infilled with brick to match the existing. Did I miss anything?
Good.
Second.
All right.
Did you express a preference between the two?
I did
And
not.
should that be part of the motion?
My motion would be that we have no preference between the
Did you-
folding or
I just didn't
roll-up
hear
doors.
that. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't, so I'm
Okay,
adding that.
sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, I will,
Was there a second, Mr. Chair?
Second.
yes, Mr. Burrow. Sorry, just writing minutes. All righty. We'll call a vote. Ms. Lewis?
Can we have discussion?
Oh, certainly. Would you
Which
like-
is proper after a motion.
That's true.
I actually prefer, and I don't know the cost differential, so I'm supporting the motion regardless, but I want to comment. I would prefer the folding doors. I think what's been a real attribute of this project in the neighborhood is its engagement with the street, and some vitality and, businesses and everything that weren't previously there, but its engagement with the street on the front patio, and now you're proposing to wrap it around on 10th Street is really important. And we've had, I believe, 3 folding doors in historic districts that I can think of. One on West Main, one on Water, or 2 on Water or an adjoining street off of Water. And they tend to be either fully closed or fully open. I've seen in the old Tempo, you would see them half raised, but that would be infrequent. And I just feel like the folding doors would provide some engagement between the activity on the inside and the neighborhood and the outside spaces, and maybe some flexibility for all parties. Anyway, I'd just like to express a preference there. I'm thinking that that's the more expensive option, but I'm willing to support the motion also.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call a vote. Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Burrow?
Yes.
Ms. Tabany?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, sir. All righty, our next agenda item is the certificate of appropriateness application for 301 East Main Street. This is regarding an art installation on the south and west elevations.
Yeah, this is, I have to say, one of the more interesting ones I've had in a while. And I was asked about this earlier in the summer, and I honestly thought the art was to be installed on the side facade. And I figured, well, that's, not the primary elevation. But then, so again, this 301 East Main, this is where Rapture is on the right. And I can't recall the shop there on the left, but, so the building was, it shows dates to 1920, but I think what you see, what's there is what's left of a 1960s building, very kind of contemporary, or at least to that time, single-story storefront, almost like an Art Deco thing, and nothing like what you see there now. So, and then in the 90s, this facade everything was altered on it with the addition of the pilasters and the cornice. So the height didn't change, but what you're seeing, and even as it wraps the corner, is not original. So that's where my approach to it first was, well, as a rehabilitation, the addition of something onto a historic facade, how would we treat it? And I said, well, it's not a historic facade, so it might be best then to treat it as the installation of artwork like you would with a mural or something like that. Now, and you can see go down to. So I don't know if you all, I think Carl caught it, but the guy napping in the photo there. It's, the,
No, I didn't, but now I did.
yeah, someone, so that's the side, yeah, that's the side, and the panels would be installed there at the top. And let me go, yeah. So the guidelines for murals and art installations, we try to avoid the primary facade, but that's not, there's not a no. The fact that this is not historic, that's an EFS facade, not damaging anything if these would be the manner that the installation is being suggested. I even kind of walked through our pictures of the mall, and there are some ornate things, similar locations, or even ornate signs. Now, this is not a commercial sign, so we won't have to be concerned about that. So from where I sat, viewing it as art and as something that can be removed and the building repaired, I don't have, staff doesn't have any issue with that. It's as far as rehabilitation and introducing something new to the architecture, it probably would fail that test, but we're not dealing with a historic facade. So I was leave it with kind of curious where you all fall on it and what you think, because the guidelines don't give us a yes or no on this one.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Werner. Do we have any questions from the public? Oh, I'm so sorry. Is the applicant here?
Applicant.
I guess not. Are they online? Oh. Apologies, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, Greg.
All right. This is Greg Jackson. It's fairly simple. I think, in seeing what's proposed here, the owner has been doing a lot of artwork to his properties around town. I'm sure you guys all know Alan Cadgene. I'm not sure if he's able to join. He had a conflict of schedule. But this is kind of an ongoing thing with him. He's really acquiring a lot of art and kind of, improving his properties with it. So he asked me to do this. And I asked him if he would like me to take another picture without the guy taking a nap there. I didn't want to wake him and ask him, I don't want to wake my teenage son. So he seemed to kind of like the idea that he's there. Kind of adds to the whole kind of pondering of everything on the mall.
It's clearly a current photo.
And I'm happy to answer any questions that I may know.
All right. Thank you. I think we'll start.
And Jeff, you are right. That originally we were going to put them on the side, on the west, facade. And just when Alan brought me in, I raised them up. They were below the windows on the side there from that image you see, and then I raised them up above those windows, and then we kind of saw this empty spandrel panels and thought, why hide them around the corner? And they were in danger of maybe getting vandalized, and just make it more of an element of the building.
Alan, the only thing I couldn't grasp is, are these, 17th century pieces of art?
It's Greg. Ally's not on, I don't think.
Oh,
Yeah, so other than the description, they're from the 1600s to 1800s. looks like there's an overlap in that when that property first had a building on it, interesting enough, in the 1800s. And he's interested in Japanese art.
But these are
But
not period pieces.
That's about all I know, really. You know, I spent a good 30 minutes to an hour getting into it and looking at all the artwork from that time. It was quite popular style and a big part of the culture during that time period.
I guess Mr. Werner's question is,
Well-
are these pieces of art from the period, or are they reproductions?
Reproductions.
Derived.
That's what we figured.
Yeah, they're created because usually this kind of, they seem like they're isolated portraits. From what I reviewed, they were sort of scenes of, you know, individuals with horses and landscape and such, so that this particular artist, you know, kind of pulled this certain characters out of this and just recreated it. And I'm probably going beyond what I really know, but that's what I'm assuming from what I looked at.
Okay. All right. I think now we'll open it to questions from the public, if there are any questions from the public. Okay. Questions from the BAR?
Yeah, are they gonna be covered with something like a plexiglass or something? I'm actually wondering more about, is there gonna be anything that prevents them from fading? Or what will happen if they do fade? What would the owner plan to do at that point?
I do not know what the final clear coat is on it, but I do believe this is a similar artist that's done some work out at the Woolen Mills President's House. If you guys ever go out there and wander the grounds, it's like a museum of sculptures throughout the whole grounds. And there seems to be this, and there's actually a sculpture over in the Mickey building courtyard with water, if you've noticed that. And so they're fairly well protected with some kind of shellac type of coating that I'm just assumed that I can find out the information, but I assume the artist is well aware of what is needed to keep it protected. I think it's like marine quality type stuff.
Okay, but it's not gonna be like a sheet of plastic or a sheet of glass or something in front, it'll just be
No.
a coating?
Yeah, it's more like I see those sculptures, it seems more like a boat, fiberglass with a coating over top of it, or a surfboard or something, it's quite thick, clear coat of some kind of coating.
Is the intention for these to be permanent or just put up for a certain period of time?
Don't know. I imagine he's put them up there and see how it feels, how far it goes, and like you guys are curious, how they hold up. I think they were kind of made, and he was looking for a place to put them. The center panels where there's 7 of those little portraits would be made custom, if this is, given an approval. But the other ones were already made, and, he was like, Jeff knows that he was looking for places to put them. Like a lot of the artwork he has, he kind of finds, he has artwork and he tries to find an appropriate location. So it's not as though they were definitely custom made for this particular site, so I could very well see him moving it at another time. But also keeping them there if they, just become part of the lively scenery on the mall.
Are the sizes very accurate on the render?
It's best I can do. It's pretty much there.
I'll have a follow-up on that. I guess, the intent is to have a border around the artwork as opposed to have the artwork fill up the entire frieze? That you show the gray border, Or I guess-
Yeah, as I said, I mean, these are already made, as you can see, maybe in the final page of the presentation, when I think that might be Alan's house or something, with other artwork around it, you know. So those were just, that's like I said, they were made, and we were finding the good spot for them, and I thought they kind of happened to fit pretty good in this condition for this. The building, he picked the building, but they ended up being in these locations as a proposal.
Any more questions from the BAR?
I have a question about the color you've chosen for the area behind the artwork. Is that color like a chip you can hand us, or is that just a kind of general representation of a warm gray?
General representation, and I'm open to suggestions, frankly. I felt just something mellow and soft and pulling back would be better than the white or off-white that's there now. Seemed too bright. But we can provide the chip, to tell you exactly what the color is, what we're suggesting.
The other question I had was about the scale of these artworks relative to the building. Have you done a mock-up? Have you put them up on the building to see whether or not you can read the drawings?
No, we haven't actually placed them. I believe they're still in California, maybe. I'm not sure if they've shipped over yet. But imagine we could put a size mock-up, put something up there the same scale, the scale size.
This is just more curiosity, but is there any kind of a statement or about why there? It sounds like, hey, these are interesting pieces of artwork, and we need a place to put them. But is there anything more than that you know of from the artist or from the selection of where they're eventually going to be located?
This is where it'd be great if Alan could have made it in, but I don't know. And I think a lot of his art recently has sort of a Japanese feel to it, especially at that time frame. And so I think I imagine it as art, as nothing to be referencing anything. The only thing I think is interesting is this time period of this art did overlap a little bit, where it's not the same building, but at that site there was a building during that same period. Certainly a long ways away from Japan. But I think it's just sort of just the sort of style and color and expression, and just to have something interesting, as whatever the perception of art in public spaces is,
This is a stretch, maybe, but back in '97, when this was being reviewed, the woman involved, Gabe's wife, I think, was referred to some Japanese process of the design and the coloring to it, and knowing Alan, that may have just stuck in his head, and he said, I don't know, that's a reach on my part, but it seems plausible as anything, but that somehow the color selection of when the facade was changed, she was referring to this Japanese process of selecting colors, and so. And if it's not true, it sounds like a good story.
Sounds good.
So Greg, just to clarify, the mock-ups that we're looking at sort of with the panel superimposed, they're not necessarily to scale. You said you've just done your best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without getting scaffolding up there and.
So I'm kind of glad that the sleeping dude is there, Because let's just say he's a normal male and he's between 5 and 6 feet,
And he's laying.
and he's
by
laying
the
directly
couch,
down.
Laying by the
And
couch in the
and your
image.
application says the panels are 2 by 8. So it seems like the panels are going to be a little bit longer. I mean, I'm not going to take a ruler to this, but looks like the length of that gentleman, the panel's only a little bit longer than he is. And 8 feet is another 2 feet. I mean, I'm sure you've made sure that these panels will fit in those spaces, but I think it'll take up more of those spaces. Neither here nor there, but,
Are you sure you're differentiating from the guy's head and the thing he's resting on?
I'm not seeing a whole lot of detail right away from here, and I don't see it in here, so I'm not sure. Does he have a pillow on top of him? Oh, I see, yeah.
He's on a backpack.
I
or
still
something like
don't, I
that.
still don't see, even if you take the backpack away, if he's 4, 5, or 6 feet, I don't know. I think they're gonna take up more of that space, but it really doesn't matter much. Might be more attractive, frankly, to fill more of the space, is what I think.
Right.
They look like large panels, wherever those photos come from, Greg. They just look larger than they're appearing on that building, but of course, we don't.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as I have the floor, can we just go into comments, or are there any
I
other
wanted to
questions?
ask for comments
Okay.
from the public.
Yeah, okay.
Any more questions from the VAR? Yeah?
That window is 12 feet wide.
Thank you.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public? Sorry. If you wouldn't mind coming and stepping up here and state your name and address, please.
Hello, I am James Shu. I am a student at UVA. I live at Humphreys dorm. I don't know if I quite like the color of the gray paint behind the paintings. Maybe like a yellow ochre or like a blue, kind of like the colors that are kind of in the painting. Maybe that would work better. I don't know how well that would end up fitting in with the rest of the facade of the downtown mall, but yeah, that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Any other comments? All righty, we'll open it to comments from the VAR.
So there was discussion by staff that we should talk about the wood bench on 3rd Street,
That's right.
and
So
the
there-
fact that that's under a COA. It was,
Yeah, and it's,
Just
it is. and
wondered
it-
if Jeff could,
I think it's maybe an opportunity to emphasize something. And I was asked, been asking them, the store, to remove the green lights. And so I think adding it as a condition, for this owner to comply with, might see the green lamps removed, not the fixtures, but the lamping. So-
were the lamps put up without approval? Is that what you're saying?
I don't
or-
know about the fixtures, but I know the green bulbs went up and we'd like them removed. So this is a mechanism to accomplish that, or an additional mechanism.
So I can speak to the bench. We did get an email today from Mike of Rapture, and they've already ordered the materials. Interesting enough, they were already on it, and they said they hope to have it all done and repaired and painted within the next few weeks. And I can forward that email to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, so that,
And then the green light, I actually, even though it's in the photos, when I was there taking it, I had to go back to see what you were talking about. And it's pretty obvious to me that must be the tenant wanting to have more of a, presence on the outside of the building of their
correct, correct.
their store with their
Yeah.
color code. So and I think, I don't think Alan's attached to it and would be fine to probably tell the tenant not to if you guys really don't like the green.
I'll leave it to the BAR. I will say staff is we would like to have them removed. I also want to add that the bench in the back, we have so many good bench stories in the mall, trying to find the original Halpern benches, where are they located. This bench was actually one of the first COAs I had to work with. This had previously been located at a building that was demolished for the code building, if you recall. So this bench has been around, and hopefully it will take on a mythology of its own. So.
Yeah, I'm curious, in terms of the lights, and I was just looking at our guidelines and was seeing if we have guidance on color. Not really seeing anything.
I just remember Joy used to not allow it, but that was,
Right.
like, Violet Crown had to get special permission for their purple lights on their sign.
Right. My suggestion was gonna be essentially if they wanted to use green lights, they could bring it to us for approval.
Sure.
Which is the process. So, sounds like they're working on the bench. Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for reminding us of those staff suggestions. I guess, back to the artwork. Anyway, I've got a comment. Personally, I think it's, looking back to the architecture of antiquity, the friezes of buildings were often ornamented with artwork, so I don't have any problem with this, especially if it's installed in a reversible manner, albeit this is a modern, facade on a historic building, so I have no objection.
Yeah, I agree with James. This, it's not a historic frieze, nor is it a particularly attractive frieze. It's pretty clunky. The more I look at it without these artwork pieces, the more I want to see something up there. And I think toning the color down is actually a really good move.
I know.
So, yeah, I think this is actually an improvement.
Okay.
Considering the facade, the whole the whole building volume at the street is 1997. There's nothing left of what it was before then. I don't know if there's, I have no objection. And frankly, Ally and Gabe were probably the two individuals who did the most for the mall in the early days, for those who were around then. This was one of the first buildings that was really reused, completely redone and reused. We wouldn't have the Babar lights at the Mickey building had it not been for Gabe and Ally, and the little artistic touches that we have through downtown, which give us a sense of place. So I have no problems with these. In fact, I think they're quite beautiful.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the lights at Mickey. I was going to mention that. It actually goes back pretty far with these guys and incorporating art.
All right, I think, Mr. Gastinger, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, I'd say, officially as, in terms of our purview, I think this is reversible and it's appropriate. It enhances the historic district. Personally, I also find it kind of fun and interesting and brings some interest to the mall. Though I accept that it's not our role to judge the content of the art. Thanks.
While it isn't like anything else on the mall, I think it's quite attractive. I like the whole concept of bringing art and some color and excitement to the mall. So I really like it.
Alrighty.
I would just reiterate what Jeff had to say, which is there's nothing here that really goes against the guidelines, so not really in our purview. But I would say that just in some of the questions and the comments that came up, I would be interested in just as a suggestion, looking at some different colors, maybe. I was even thinking that, even if you stuck with the same kind of green or whatever the rest of the body is, maybe darkening that a little bit as a way to sort of create a little more emphasis up there. That might help some. Also, just even a mock-up would be helpful, not exactly knowing how those things fit in the space, but those are just suggestions that is part of a process that hasn't been finished yet.
Can I make a motion?
What I would offer is I can work with Greg and get some better measurements on it, and sort of if it seems like they're going to look like postage stamps up there, or just simply not fit proportionally, bring it to your attention.
By the way, if I'm able to speak
Yep.
at this point,
Sure.
in the document that I put this together, I on the side view with the sleeping man, I brought that panel down and put it right on top of him as a direct measurement. And his top of his head goes 2/3 into the fourth panel, the
Okay.
portrait with the big face.
Okay.
So if he's like 5'6", if these panels are 2 foot wide, they're not quite 2 foot wide. They're probably more like 18 inches. So yeah, they maybe could be a little bit bigger, but I think they're pretty close when I put that scale there.
Thank you, Greg.
All right.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
All right. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed art installation at 301 East Main Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in this ADC district. The BAR approves the request with the following conditions. The artwork will be maintained in good condition. If the art panels are removed, the underlying facade will be repaired and repainted. The green lamps will be removed from the exterior fixtures in the south and west elevations and replaced with light bulbs that comply with our guidelines in terms of intensity and color temperature. And the wood bench at the 3rd Street Cafe space will be repaired, refinished, and maintained in good condition. And we'll leave as part of my motion, I'm leaving the color selection up to the applicant to work with staff on just confirming it meets our guidelines.
Can we just form that into a condition that staff approves the eventual color?
That staff will approve the eventual background color for these, the art installation.
Thank you. I'll second.
All righty. Thank you. We'll call a vote. Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes?
Mr. Timmerman?
Yes?
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Mr. Burrow?
Yep.
Ms. Tabany?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Passes 8-0. We look forward to seeing the art installation. Thank you very much.
And I think, thanks to Sherry, I think the sleeping guy has now will become local legend himself. The measuring stick for all things will be.
We just need a Bansky of him on the side of the building.
So this is how those things happen, right? So, good.
All righty. We've concluded our new items portion of the agenda this evening. We're moving into other business. The first item of which is a consultation with BAR. This is for 116 West Jefferson Street, which I believe was, yes, COA was approved at the December, I believe it was on the 20th, December 20th of 2000, I think it was 2022, right? Yes.
Yeah. So, and I didn't know what to call it, so I came down with a BAR consultation. This is 116 West Jefferson. The applicant shared some information some additional information, but I think, we can go to it if necessary. So, but I'll use some of the images from it. So, this is directly across from McGuffey School, and you've got the 1913 brick building in the front and the 1980s addition on the rear. And the two porches that you see on the back, we know that historically they were there, but what you see is, I think it's been repaired piece by piece and replaced, so the material is generally not original. And they were going to rehab what was there and add some stairs. No problems going forward. In the code review, because of the use that's proposed for the building, they need emergency egress. And the only place, and I've been working with our code official on this as well, the only place it could go was where those two balconies are, those two porches. And what ended up happening, if you can look at this image, they were trying to incorporate the stairs into two porches, and it just became a menagerie. And so I went, and let me stand up and go through it. So when I went out there and talked to them a week ago, because of the height, so this upper porch, the only thing that will really be retained is a box beam around the framing. So you'll have the post coming down to another box, which is something to talk about. But there will be no decking up here. It's just simply the configuration and the headroom just won't allow this to be. And I just said, well, then let's not try to make it something it's not. So if you would envision, if you came out this door, you would go down the stairs, and there's a railing there. This decking is open. The stairs come down, and then there was another porch here with railing, and I just removed that. Let's make these stairs and keep this because it breaks up that height, and that's the general gist of it, and it will work. The building code official's okay with it. I just wanted to bounce it off you all before I gave them any green light. And the idea was that it's not rehabbing, or we're not recreating the original, we're not, and a similar situation to that house up on Park Street where the rear addition trying too hard to make it work with the historic addition. So, you know, the idea, remove it, make it an addition. So the same philosophy here is let's acknowledge what this has to be, an egress stairs, and make it an egress stairs and not try to merge it with a porch. So the applicant's here, we have drawings. Is there anything you all have any thoughts?
So you're saying that they're gonna wrap all the pressure treated lumber, or is it gonna be left like that and kind of painted with?
Hopefully, on the bottom porch, now there's a beam that comes over to a brick pier on the front, but if they can remove the return on that end, that helps with the headroom going down below. And then you see, go up, then you see the landing, the stairs, and that'll have a railing going around. And then above the landing, you see that framed beam on the outside. I suggested they box that in and put the railing in, that at least it breaks up that, you know, very tall vertical posts. But those framing, as you see in this image, sort of has to be there.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, it's not a perfect situation. I think if we had looked at this as a blank canvas, we would have said, pull it all off and, you know, put in emergency stairs and move on.
My question may be for the applicant instead, but I guess it seemed like you were describing that they will be trimming out some of this. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Come on up to the.
I'm expecting someone to be talking from the ceiling again.
Well, good evening. I'm Josh Batman with Housecraft. I'm representing the applicant, or representing the owner. But yes, they will be trimmed out. And he's gonna make this a boutique hotel, and he's a perfectionist and wants it to look great, so we're gonna trim them out, put big, nice capitals on them, and, you know, make it look as good as we can, so.
Was this window at the landing just recently filled in? I see there's a photo here that shows that it's still operating.
It has to be filled in for code. The code official wouldn't allow it to stay. He wanted it as a 1 hour rated wall there because it's an egress stair.
Too bad.
Yes, the owner was disappointed in that as well.
I only ask because it's altering part of the historic fabric of the building. I mean, we're not getting rid of the opening, but
Yeah, this is a situation where there are things where the historicity of the building, the historic designation gives us some flexibility, but when it comes to life safety code, the flexibility is not really there.
Yeah.
And that's when, you know, talking to Chuck about, well, where can they put the egress, and it can only go here. So, it's a life safety code issue, and it boxes us into.
I guess I'm a little, maybe frustrated is the right word, because I went back and looked at the December minutes from 2022, and no work on these double porches was called out whatsoever. And so I understand that there's an, you know, code required egress. This should have been brought to us to talk about, because these porches do look historic. You've got turned columns on a double stacked porch, and to replace that with like a large monolithic column with, I don't know what kind of capital you're proposing, but it's not really appropriate for this building. You know, I think that's regrettable. Like, the application back in 2 years ago was really mostly about the addition on the back.
There've been several, this came to you several times.
And then maybe I missed one.
And the porches are, like I said, they were there, but the material that's there now is not the original. And this was one of those that was being resolved in a discussion over here. And then it was brought to my attention, and like, all right, well, let me go out and look. So this is an attempt to help resolve a situation. But yeah, in hindsight, it would have, we would looked at this and said, this is emergency stairs, they must go there, make them emergency stairs. But that's why I wanted to bring it to you all. If it's really, this is just not a
I mean, it seems like they've
acceptable.
kind of already moved along, so.
Well,
I don't know if there's
a lot had
much to
moved
do.
along, and that's where we are.
Can I say something?
Sure.
So we took this over sort of mid-stride and didn't know the entire backstory on all this. And so there was some confusion on our part with that. And the owner would have much preferred to keep the porches, and we really tried to work with the building official to do that, but this was his final answer on that.
What material are the stairs made of?
They'll be painted trim. It's a composite trim for the risers and the skirt boards on there, and then it's going to have it's like a brownish composite board that's going to create the treads. TimberTech is what the product is, and he's got tongue and groove decking for the porch areas. That would be. It would match, but it is composite.
Was there any attempt to try to keep the turned columns?
I actually still have the turned columns, but structurally, they're putting it's an R1 zoning or an R1 building now, and so they're having to design. The structural engineer's having to design it to 100 pounds per square foot, and so that's where she came up with the 6x6s. She had to connect the landing in there. There's a lot going on with this thing to try to get it through, and I kind of got put in at the end, and so I'm here. I do still have the columns, but yeah.
And the questions that were coming into me from the other conversation, it's an email with another address on High Street, which I had resolved a stair question. So I was repeatedly responding, that's been resolved, there's no more problems with this. So, it's been one of those. So I thought this whole time it was a discussion about a stair on the back of a building on High Street. It was this, so.
I'd actually be curious to know, I mean, well, I wouldn't be surprised if those turn columns, I mean, you might know because you have them, but if they're actually even that old.
If I recall from back when we were looking at this a couple of years ago,
Because I mean,
they're not. No.
they're a standard,
Yeah.
you know.
They're a standard
off the
6x6
shelf from- yeah.
turn column. They're not, I don't know for sure, but, you know.
It's just tough to say from a photo.
Right,
It is
right.
hard to say.
I mean, I will say, the work that has been done on the house to the south, I was really shocked by how nice it looks.
I
It looks
know.
good, right? Yeah.
I agree.
You guys are doing a good job. It gives me faith in this.
Were there any, you kind of mentioned wrapping them with a capital stuff. Were there any details on what's proposed?
I'm working with the structural engineer to get it's got to be slightly structural up there, so I can turn that into I mean, I can certainly, I don't have the full detail on that yet. It would be a fairly typical 1.5 to 2-inch flat with some bed molding coming up underneath it for a box column. So that's the plan right now.
The problem is, James, is the alignment, it's moved, so a true plumb line goes up and is slightly outside of the cornice line or the entablature up there, so that's the idea of just boxing it in as a simple, cap, but it doesn't line up.
Is the plan to trim out the column too, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to be even bigger then?
A little bit bigger, yeah. Yeah, to get the width, we had to shift them, and get them plumb. I mean, it is literally like, there's just enough room to get egress width going down both sides there, both stairs there.
The beams above the landing, how high are those from where the floor level would be at the landing?
Are you talking about this landing that it's showing on this picture on the left?
Yeah, where you see the joists.
I think it's about 14 feet, 12 feet, something like that.
Off the ground?
Ish, yeah, it's right
Great.
around, I think it's right around.
What about
12
off
to
of the
14 feet.
landing height? I'm just wondering about
The
the
landing,
relationship.
that's the landing height, sorry. I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's the landing. You're talking about that beam up
The
above.
beam that's sort of floating above.
Yeah, that one is, it's gonna be, it's about 18, 20 feet, something like that. It's like a 10-foot, it's like an almost 10-foot floor, first floor in there, and then you've got about 6, 8 feet on that, but coming down below that.
And is the intention to wrap that also?
It is.
Uh-huh.
The intention is to wrap that and put rail up there so that it feels like the stair is coming through the porch, ish. That was the, yeah.
It's that image there.
Mm-hmm, exactly, yeah.
But that image isn't reflecting the actual size of the columns, right? Do they look more narrow there?
They may be a little bit more narrow.
I mean, this condition isn't without precedent. And there are porches with exterior stairs on them.
Yeah, there are.
No, I think the stair's not what bothers me really. It's, I think, just that this has gotten so far along without, the title's consultation with BAR. I think we're kind of, it's more
It's
like
backwards.
commiseration with BAR.
Well, a lot of demolition has occurred.
Right.
Let me just say it.
And I think.
It's kind
I
of
think
shocking,
that-
actually.
That.
And it's hard, it's sort of like our hands are tied.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I respect the fact that it sounds like you inherited
yeah,
this
not your
project.
fault.
So,
no.
it's not necessarily you that maybe we're mad at.
I get
But,
it, yeah, no, I get it.
I think it's, had it come to us and we had some opportunity to look at it and an architect to review it, they may have configured the stairs differently and, possibly found another way to maintain egress. Whether or not the porches the material is truly historic or not, like stylistically it fits with the house, and what's being proposed to go back is gonna be clunky and not well aligned. So that's the regrettable thing, but I don't know, it's just a consultation, so Jeff, I don't know what you want
Well,
us
the consultation
to
could
do.
be, this solution is unacceptable. I mean, the stairs are a given. The resolution of the sort of faux porch is not. So I think that was the point of asking. If there is again, the stairs are given, we know that's going to happen, we know there will be posts there. If that faux porch up top is just not a good idea, then,
Well, at least that one's in
I think-
alignment with the previous porch.
well, and the point
At
being is,
least in elevation.
right, the point being, you would say, well, is it too fake to leave that up there? And so if the resolution wasn't reasonable, then the response from you all would be, we want to see a design with the stairs and posts and not that fake stair railing or porch up top. And that's what my point was here is you could have looked at that and said, well, this is a reasonable solution, or you could say, no, we'd like really to see something else, and that means bring something back to you.
I mean, the porch up top actually doesn't bother me because it replicates essentially what's there. It's almost, the landing is what's floating in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and when because it was framed out when I went there, and it's just too much going on. If you just imagine directly under the landing, another railing running
I
across
agree.
there,
But wasn't the earlier COA to remove that little connector between
Yes.
the addition and the historic building?
Now, again, there's a sequence of, this one came quite a few times.
Well, the one that y'all reference here is this December.
We can, if you want, we
2022.
can, I mean, really, it's a simple.
I thought it was to remove it.
We can
was.
tell
And
them
the
to come
link-
back and.
In our materials, the link's not working for me currently. I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody else
I mean, we
can
can-
access it, but.
Bring it back,
Uploaded it.
see what you'd like to see, make it a
No, the
formal
earlier.
application.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm
not
just
that.
saying the stairs
Right,
have to
you're
go
right,
there,
yeah.
but
2022
how those things are
decision.
configured. But yeah, the connection between the two was maintained. There was a lot, remember, the first was the applicant that came in was going to rebuild the front porch.
Right.
And then the comments, I think, about the 1980 house were, can you just knock it over and start over? So, and then there was a couple iterations of that. And then it came in again with alterations to the back house and keeping that connection. And then there were some other alterations. So it's been used several times. Forgive me for not laying out the whole arc of the story here. I said that really wanted to, we have the situation, and if there's another design that you all would, another configuration, then the opportunity is now to say, Jeff, this is not acceptable. Applicant, go design something and bring it back to us. I mean, I'm not trying to slough it off, but I mean, I have
Well, given
to-
given the fact that we are where we are, I'd at least like to see some drawings of what the final result is, especially from a detailed standpoint. I mean, there's the sort of general design is one thing, but then I think there's how you plan to detail it, and to make sure that those are accurate so that we know what we're
Yep.
approving.
Yep.
Is, on top of the connector piece, that's sticking out of this drawing, is there a porch going on top of that roof? Is that what I'm?
It's a little bit of it's a small deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's another stair. I think you guys had the elevation.
Plans are in there.
Yeah, the elevation in here. So then where that connector is, then there's another stair coming down.
One other question I had, and I think you said it's going to be composite material, right? Basically. And the intention is to paint that, right?
Yes.
As white?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All the trim.
Okay.
Yeah. The porch would be like it's a brownish color.
I'd be foreseeing that, as David had said, proceeding with this and showing us, just sending drawings to Jeff for us to review on how you plan to trim it all out and how it's
Mhm.
gonna look when it's finished.
Yeah.
One area that, to me, that seems awkward is the side of the stair, which is kind of funny. It's a very minimal point, but I am curious how that's gonna end up looking when you're done with it. There's a bunch of extra little members in there to support the landing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at a point that this is what we've got, so let's see how you wanna finish it.
I mean, I will say this, I know that they, before me, went back and forth with the building official a long time on this. So I don't know if he'll be happy with it. I don't know, it was but yeah, we can definitely do much more detailed drawings, show the trim sections, show exactly how it's gonna be trimmed out, so you guys can look at that.
Yeah, the code official wants to see that it structurally works. That's why that beam on the outside here has to have the post holding up the landing.
Right. Yeah.
Whether or not there's a railing there or the top is irrelevant to them. So like I said, good lengthy conversation with Chuck about it. And I said that what the real confusion was is that emails kept, people kept calling and asking me or sending me a note about, are you okay with blankety blank, East High Street? And I said, yes, that's been resolved. It's no problem. It was 116 West Jefferson. So those things happen. I mean, there's no excuse, but that's what happened.
I want to throw out a suggestion, and you as the architect do what you think you need to do, but what if just that lower portion that's surrounding the stair was louvers, like shutters or something? Just to hide all the guts of what's going on.
Yeah.
Where's my?
And I
There
feel like
is,
that would
so
be-
I will say, well, so on the others, on the side facing Second Street, there's the existing porch beam there, and if we take it out, I don't have to demo all the concrete underneath to get head height, which I mean, either is fine, but there is there's some other implications, and then I have to come back and ask to demolish the little bollards at the street. If I mess with that, they're gonna make me, it's an interesting one, but yeah. But that was that original one, which was gonna be, I don't know how we would even build that, all that railing.
So in the
together.
middle, yeah. So left was what we had looked at before, rehabbing the porches were there. In the middle was, when I went out there a week or two ago, what we were looking at potentially, and I said, that's just too much. And I rough sketched this from the drawing, and that's why then on the far right was where my recommendation to bring to you all for consultation. So yeah, it's that is just a mess in the middle. Now, they could certainly do that. They could have a faux rail on the bottom porch, just like the one above.
Yeah, I don't think that, we're really questioning the strategy here. I mean, and if we did, it's too late.
Yeah.
But I agree with what other folks have said about, it's really about the details, because I think this could be handled in a way that would be attractive, but we don't see the details, and I'm especially concerned about how the posts engage the existing cornice, which we know is historic.
Right.
And right now, that 6x6 is not hitting that in a particularly nice way. And
Yeah.
I'd like to sort of see what's
Yeah.
the plan.
Yeah.
So it's not up to the carpenter in the field
No,
to make that decision.
absolutely, yeah, I think that's a very, very fair request.
Exactly. That's what I told him.
Yeah.
The carpenters are gonna have to solve this, and they're gonna be unhappy unless there's a clean way to do it.
All right, so I think we'd like to ask you to bring it back before us with details of how then you'll finish off the double porch.
Okay.
please.
All right.
Any other further comments or questions until we have something to look at?
Yeah, I'm gonna, talk to Chuck and the code official, and, you know, again, he's focused on the structure and so, but what I'm hearing is maybe that nothing further is done back here until we have a conversation in December.
I think it's probably smart.
Don't want to get too much further down the road.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
we're absolutely fine with that.
this is a perfect example. I tell people why I got out of construction a long time ago. Exactly this sort of situation, but it is just it's tragic, but it was almost comic when I finally said to somebody, why are you keep asking me about this building on High Street? And the realization it was this one. Yeah, I shouldn't have gone to California for 2 weeks with my family. I don't know what I was thinking. That won't happen again. Sorry. Sorry to make light of it, but I don't know any other way
It's okay.
I
to
do
do
have,
it.
sorry to
No,
interrupt. One other suggestion.
Mhm.
So take it as you will. But maybe one way to approach it would be to think of a variety of materials, like maybe one other material. Because in the elevations, it looks like there's just a proliferation of railings and balusters.
Mhm.
And if there was some hierarchy within that to sort of express the historic decks and elevations a little bit better through material choices, maybe that could help.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't need this.
Okey dokey. Our next agenda item is a preliminary discussion for 218 West Market Street.
Now, we're gonna kind of getting into the meat of the evening. I didn't know if anybody needed
Does anybody
to take
wanna
a
take a
step
break?
away.
Could we have
Okay.
like a 3-minute?
Sure. Let's adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll return at 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
I can't.
All righty. 7:01, we'll reconvene. And again, our next discussion will be a preliminary discussion on 218 West Market Street.
Breck still with us?
Yes, I believe so.
Yep, I'm here.
Just that I'd check in.
So, this is another one of those where I wasn't exactly sure how to refer to it. This one's bounced around. This is 218 West Market Street. You've looked at several things here over the last couple of years. There was an SUP request for residential.
Mr. Werner, I believe you're muted.
I am? That's all right.
I turned
No
it
one's
off.
ever said that to me. The 218 West Market, you all looked at a SUP request for a residential project. I think it was going to be 7 stories. There was currently a demolition COA for the building that's there. It's the site of the old AMP. Now I think the Artful Lodger is in there, that single-story brick building. That demolition COA is still valid. The SUP that had been previously discussed is no longer part of this. So, and it's a new project. It came to you initially in April of this year as a pre-application discussion. And at that time, they didn't have elevations. There were some actually had floor plans and a site view, so it wasn't really comprehensive to get an idea of what they were looking at. They have since changed the architect again. So when I got the application that requesting a COA review, I went through and it said it's I think this is the north side. So that's looking at the Market Street side. So it's 5 stories on Market Street, and Old Preston Avenue would be 6 stories. Brick and EFS hotel. When I got the drawings for this application with the renderings and the elevations, some things didn't line up. So there were some where the elevations and the renderings are off, and just for example, this is where in the staff report I noted just a few examples of things that I felt needed to be explained, where the window types, just the design itself. Here you've got, there's something down at the bottom, but it's not on mouse. The red square, you see the difference between the rendering and elevation. The yellow arrow, the green square. So things just weren't. There were some inconsistencies. And additionally, while I was away, development review meeting with the applicant, the planners identified that they didn't expound on it, but there are some zoning issues to resolve. And with that, I decided, instead of saying, well, no, resolve these things and bring it back and we'll look at it, I felt that there's still an opportunity to get some input from you all. I think that, if the entrance is changed slightly, or the elevation of the first floor changes, whatever might be required by the zoning, that the materiality and the design were likely to not be significantly altered. So I see it as an opportunity for you all to to ask some questions, to meet the new architect and design team, and I think express any issues or things that you have. Personally, or not personally, I guess from staff's perspective, Breck, when we looked at this, Mr. Gastinger, when we looked at this in April, advised that talked about the verticality and the relationship to the buildings around it. And I think in that regard, it's a strong word, but this is an unexceptional design for downtown, and does it fit? I walked the mall. There's a couple buildings that have, we just saw one building that has ephes on it. There's a couple buildings that have stucco. It's not a prevalent material downtown. And it's, I don't know, it's an opportunity for design that fits downtown. There were some additional things that, and I pointed out in the staff report, during the SUP discussions, you all raised 5 or 6 points, and Ms. Lewis raised these again in April and said they're still germane to anything that goes there. So while the SUP is off the table, the points that were raised about how some of the design approaches to this site, some of the things that should be looked at, there are a significant number of trees on this site, and they're all going. There's a connection through the mall, through to the mall that was discussed. So I think there's some issues that staff is suggesting you all might want to discuss, but it is entirely up to you to what extent you take it. It is, I think I will leave it to you if you feel like this isn't ripe for discussion. Communicate that to the applicant as well. But so anything I can answer, any questions you have, but otherwise treating this as a sort of a preliminary discussion, part 2. No action will be taken on this.
And is the applicant here?
I believe they're online.
No, they're here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, if y'all would like to step
I was-
up and.
Okay. Didn't know your
Typically,
role.
these work where,
Go.
if you guys have specific questions for us that we can try to answer, we will.
I can't make a presentation, is that what
You
you're saying?
can.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think no more than 10 minutes, please. But
Well, I'll be quick. My name is Jeff Levine. I'm principal owner of this site, along with, I brought in a joint venture partner recently in the hotel development and operator business, and that's Al Patel's here. Also, my architect is here and engineer. So yes, we've been in front of you in several iterations of this, and Nitin, the architect, can get into some of the specifics and love to get your concepts, but we did adhere to some fundamentals that we had heard over the years about the site. So, for example, we did design the facade to break up the mass so it would not read like one large wall, and that was important. We also, we made the height not only to stay within lower rise construction costs, but to be more contextual and kind of be the smaller, more modest building of our neighbors, Code and Omni. But speaking of Code and Omni, we did choose more muted, sophisticated palette of colors so it would play off those buildings. And so we focused on that. We also purposefully designed the ground floor on Preston to extend the mall, which was previously discussed, but that we find that mall, at that end of the mall kind of drops to a dead end, dark, and we wanted to bring that activity and activate it through past Whiskey Jar. As was mentioned, and BAR and planning, we did include a public pedestrian path through the building so you can get to West Market and Preston and back. And we also used the sloping grade to efficiently park the site, but to the extent there are any cars above grade, we did not compromise the skin. You're not looking at cars, so we were careful of that. And then with respect to all of that, we got Marriott's buy-in for it, which is important because they're our partner as well. And I guess we have to have a separate conversation about what goes first, zoning or something, but our goal is to get feedback and then come back to you for the next hearing and hopefully get a vote. We might have to discuss, Jeff, I don't, like, if things about like active depth, are you gonna opine on active depth, or is that something that when we go to the building department or the zoning administrator, we talk about that? And
This is a discussion we are having
yeah.
right now.
Why don't we do that? Why don't Nitin go through this presentation in the building, we'll get your feedback and then process and talk about it later.
Hello, everybody. I'm Nitin Kulkarni. I'm the architect based here in Richmond, Virginia, not too far away. So, as I said in the design narrative, the overall design theme is to blend into the context, not create a monument. So, it's a low-rise building, not really high-rise, because if we do a podium and then try to build a tower, then it's going to be much higher. And we stayed within 5 stories. It's a very unique site. I got a 10-feet level difference between the front West Market to Old Preston. I got an 8-feet drop on West Market itself. It's like every point is different. So we had to make it all work. And so if you look at the plans, and we'll go through that, but we tried to push as much parking as below so that it doesn't really become, because parking is going to give us the dead walls, and we didn't want that to be visible as much. The continuity of the activity was another important factor, which I can explain that during the slides. If we can start scrolling, I think that probably will be a good idea. So it shows where the site is located. You all are very familiar with that. That's the site plan. If we can move on to the next one, please. Yeah, this is where, that's West Market Street exterior, where we have the entry to, the first, starting from the left, we have the ramp going into the parking. Then we have the entry to the lobby of the hotel. And then all of that is a storefront, all the way. And then it comes all the way to the other end, where we have the AC sign. Below that is a meeting room. And but you can see that the site drops around 8 feet at that point. So when we go down, then that's the parking. It's like a base of the building. If you can move on to the next one, please. That's the same, looking from the other side. Keep going to the next, please. This is on the Old Preston side. The building on the historic building on the corner, we are kind of turning it in. When you see the next slide, you will see that we try to keep that as a, continue that stone inside the building. But that's the entry to the parking. The first one is a ramp going down, and then we have the complete storefront on the ground floor, as well as the lobby, which is connecting from the West Market. That's the West Market level. The second floor is the West Market level. So we introduced a big terrace out there, which overlooks into the mall side, and continued the brick paving from the mall all the way up to the building, so that all the activity gets continued. And I have some renderings demonstrating that. The next slide, please. Just a few views showing how the building fits onto the site, explaining, exact context of that. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Right, so this is on Old Preston going towards the mall. We have so all the storefront, everything is active on that side. The upper floor is lobby, but it's a bar facing Old Preston. We have a staircase there. Next slide. One more, please. Yeah, this is where this is what you're going to see from the mall looking towards the building. So if you see that top, the second floor is the big terrace where, people can, you can visually connect with the mall, and the ground floor is the retail. So it's continuation of those activities towards the building. Next, please. All that parking goes below ground. You will not be seeing any of that. There are 2 levels of parking. Next, please. This also goes below ground. Next, please. See that stair on the left top is the stair which comes from Old Preston. You climb on that and you walk through the lobby all the way to the front. And this is a 24 hours hotel. So if anybody wants to walk through that and come, because there's a level difference, people can come in and they can walk to the different side. That's the connection.
On the top left,
On the top left side.
the stairway.
Those are the stairs, that's correct. All of that is all open, it's complete lobby, yes. And
Is this just exit straight on the street?
exactly. Next, please. These are the upper floors. We have a courtyard and some of the two tall. It's a C-shaped building going up all the way. This pretty much the floor plans continues up. That's what it is.
What was in the middle?
The elevators.
The outside. Courtyard, right?
Yeah, that's the courtyard, which we can look at those first renderings, the aerial views where you can see that courtyard.
We provided materials, right, in the package?
It's the photographs of the material is there in the slide towards the end.
Okay.
And we can bring those materials when we come in. I do agree there are some inconsistencies on the elevations because, this is, the previous one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, no, the materials.
Material, okay.
No, yeah, that's it. So obviously we are still developing everything, and we just wanted to put in front of you so that you all can look at it and, we can massage this, make sure everything is consistent. So clear glass, dark brick, paver brick, and that wood panel, which is basically Nichiha panel for the signage. It's just an accent panel, that's all.
Is the red brick just the sidewalk paving?
Just the sidewalk paving, yes.
And what is the brick on the Omni now?
That's the second brick.
Okay.
So we try to relate that to the adjacent building. I'm sorry, this is the code building brick, not the Omni.
Code
Omni
building.
brick
Code
is,
building, yeah.
yeah, the code building.
Sort of. The code building brick has a lot of variation and has some reflectivity to it. But yes, it's similar in color.
I think the important slide can be the first renderings where you all can really comment on, go all the way to those are more vocal about what we are planning to make the building look like. Keep going up. Up. Yeah, this and the previous one, and the first one. Right. So it's the same brick, it's just because of the lighting, when we generate those renderings, these colors are a little changed, but those are the materials.
And obviously the light gray, white material is ephes.
The remainder of the building is ephes, and we will also have a sample of that. It's a sand-faced ephes. Yes.
What is the height of each of these stories?
So the first floor is 14 feet, and the story is about 10 feet 6 inches, 11 feet per floor. So you're going to see only 5 stories from West Market, and then when you go to the back, because the site drops, you're going to see one more story, which we created the whole storefront on that side.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think we'll kind of have some questions and also want to make sure if you have any specific questions for us that you can relay those. But Breck, I think you've got your hand raised, so would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just have a clarifying question. Could you scroll to one of the renderings from the mall side?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand that's good. That last one is fine.
I think the next one will be more effective if you're looking from the mall, but if you're looking towards the mall, that's the rendering. And this is where you will see the building from the mall.
That's fine. So my question, I just want to confirm, it sounds like to make sure I understand the reflection of the plans that were submitted. So the first floor here would be retail. That's retail there behind that glass that's on the ground floor.
That is correct.
And then the lobby level is the floor above.
Which is the same level of the ground to.
On the other side.
On the other side, yes.
That's correct. Okay, so there's essentially no place where the parking kind of pokes out at above ground level.
You are right. We did our
Okay,
best.
thank you.
Thank you.
That's my question for now.
Thank you.
Can you flip back to the view looking up towards the mall, please?
Yeah. And that's where the stair will be, right after that entry to the ramp, the stair which will go up, connect to the lobby.
How's the height here compared to the Omni? Or is it the same? Is
Same.
it lower, higher?
You're talking about the first floor?
No, the top of the building.
Same.
About the
Yeah,
same.
everything, the top is all one level. Yes.
No, the Omni is taller, is it? The Omni.
Oh, no, you're talking about compared to Omni?
Well, right there.
Oh, no, this is very short building as compared to Omni.
I know the Omni further back, I guess.
Omni is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably 8-story building if I'm right.
Mhm.
This is a 5-story and 5.5 on the back side,
Right.
6-story on this side. So definitely much less taller than.
And where do you bring in your goods for the hotel and take out your trash?
So if you look at that back side, there is actually a rolling shutter. We have a trash compartment in the lower level, and there will be a platform which will come up, and we can pull out the trolleys, the trash cans. We're trying to keep that hidden down there, so it's not really facing all the time to the front.
Can you describe how the atrium or the courtyard is accessed? Is it just internal for
That is correct.
hotel guests, or is there a way out to the street?
So there is, actually, if you go back to the first rendering, there is a, it's kind of a, yeah, that's one. So see that front portion, that is where we are showing some seating. That is for public, as well as that back side where it is overlooking onto the mall. that is as well as it is for the public, because people can just walk in the stair and then they can use that space. The atrium on the second floor is not really open for public. They have to climb one more level and then they have to get to it.
Are you planning a restaurant or some sort of food service in there?
Absolutely. It's a
Sure.
AC brand. It's a full service restaurant. That's on the lobby level. Restaurant, bar, the whole 9 yards. There's a meeting
We'll have
room.
a retail space as you continue past Whiskey Jar, that will be retail, so the pedestrian experience will extend down, whereas the hotel bar and restaurant will be that upper level. So you'll have glass and retail activity essentially on both those floors.
Is that an entrance to the parking garage on the far?
Yes.
I think this Market Street side is a little more visually interesting. I mean, I do appreciate sort of the open end of that terrace, where I guess the bar restaurant will be. But just, I think the amount of ephes on that Old Preston side, it's kind of the reverse of this. And it's very monochromatic.
So
I mean,
one thing is going to happen on this side, and this was one of the comments which we have heard, is that front side where you see the white on the ground level. We will introduce the storefront in that area. So that will reduce the impact of that whiteness because.
Well, I was thinking
right,
more on the, go back to the Preston, the Old Preston side.
yeah, Preston is very, very, yeah.
And I guess I'm looking at some of the other precedent images you sent from other AC hotels, and there's just a. There's staff, okay, sorry. Staff had provided us with some other AC hotel images across the country, and there's a lot of them that have a lot of really good kind of breaking up some of the plane of the mass of the building. So I just think I'd encourage you to look at that a little bit. It doesn't have to be, 10 feet deep or anything like that, but some of these have some architectural details that just kind of liven up the building and liven up the facade, and I think that would be nice.
So we treated that as you know, like Preston's almost like an alleyway.
Yeah.
And this view almost doesn't exist. The people looking at that
No,
building
yeah,
are
you're
kind
right.
of either in the Omni or they don't even exist because the Omni's butt is kind of over there. So we
Sure.
use the opportunity there to do a lot of glass and activity along the mall, and as you get higher up, it kind of just fades into the skylight, which is why we went
Okay.
kind of with a lighter color and, and partially cost in order to bring it in is that EFIS, and I've got EFIS approved prior with the BAR and this contextual. That was kind of our thing, but we can look at kind of articulating it better,
Yeah.
but it's a weird view because I don't think anyone actually can
You
disagree.
can't, yeah, you're right, you can't get that far back.
Yeah.
Which is sort of good, because you won't see that sort of blank wall, which is kind of a result of hotel design. I understand that, but unfortunately, on the mall side, you do see sort of a blank wall. Its counterpoint, if you go to that rendering,
This is
From
actually
the
the mall
mall.
side, but if you go back to
You
the.
mean looking down the mall?
Yeah.
looking from the mall back,
Yeah, you go, yeah.
that.
That one.
So we're seeing a lot of IFAS up there on the right.
And I think you will see that other wall coming up,
Yeah.
Market and just about everywhere, south of the mall.
Well, I
This
mean,
is the
it'll be
challenge.
the primary view from Vinegar Hill will be just a
Yeah.
big blank.
But this
That'd
is a
be just-
challenge of the new ordinance, and that, that idea of almost, continuous elevation in filling a block. So I think Jeff and I may have talked about this a couple of years ago. It's like, what do you plan for on the end of a building, knowing that you might get another building right up against it? So I don't know the answer to that, but I know like 612 West Main, 600, didn't have anything at the end because of anticipating.
I have a painting of the dogs playing poker I could bring in.
Nice mural. Well, it is a concern because, I assume that building is adjacent to it is not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's a common wall.
Yeah, so.
I wish I can have windows.
And why can't you?
Because it's a
Lot line.
It's a lot line. I can do color variations, that's one of the options.
Yeah,
but-
something should happen,
Yeah,
I think.
To break that white mask, we can do that. And we can do same thing on that front mask, and break it with some colors.
I think that would be a worthy pursuit.
And Breck, you got something to say?
Yeah, it seems like we're headed into some comments, and I think that, and this is a good image for one of the points I would like to make. I think that the ownership and the design team have really looked at the topography very carefully, and I will applaud them on that. I do appreciate that they've solved the parking in a much better way for the multiple approaches to the site. It's on the ground floor. It's a better solution for Charlottesville. But that being said, I do think that there's a lot of evidence here that the building articulation, maybe not the plan, but the articulation just doesn't really fit Charlottesville very well. And I think this is this to me just feels like an elbow to the forehead in the way that the building doesn't really reflect the mall. It's adjacent buildings, the kind of scale and articulation, and especially when we're talking about that bright white ephes, the materiality feels very off, and like it could have been, really landed anywhere. You could have shown these images. They look very compatible with the rest of the Marriott chain, but really you'd be hard pressed to say this was a building that was in Charlottesville. It just doesn't feel right. The major, I do think, why I wanted to just distinguish the plan from the articulation, I do think that there's some opportunities to improve the building as is. I just feel that it's so much of the exterior articulation emphasizes the horizontal plane of long plane, which runs counter to the grain of both the downtown mall and of Market Street, and so it just feels like it's like the building's turned 90 degrees the wrong direction. There could be some other lessons learned from projects on Main Street that have found ways to break up that long horizontal. Even the Code building, did some things to break up there, whether it's with the cornice or with the planes. But everything that they're doing right now really reinforces that horizontal emphasis, and also leads to these really big blank ends that feel like a hotel chain decided to put a building on the downtown mall without much design review.
I agree with everything Breck just said. In seeing this, I was very disappointed with the design, just mainly because of how special the site is and how special our mall is. So here on the BAR, we expect to see a design that works in response to the guidelines. But in this particular case, I would hope that the intention would be to really do a design that reflects how sort of unique that site is, and how it's it's the extension of the mall, and it's a real opportunity, which I think in this case is a missed opportunity. I think that breaking up, you said that you broke up the mass, but this feels monumental to me in ways I think that Brett just mentioned, but also in ways, in some ways, the different materials kind of feels random to me. And in some ways, the building, the Omni next to it it may be more successful in its sort of monolithic way. It recedes from attention, where this grabs attention due to the fact that you've got, these contrasting colors. There was a mention of a sophisticated palette. I don't know if I'd call Nichiha a sophisticated. I mean, you see it out by the airport, but that's not a material I want to see, near the mall. I agree with the comment that there's not much in the massing and the design that relates to the sort of rest of the sort of patterning and the fabric of its surroundings. And while I appreciate the connection that was made, and I wasn't here for the initial one, so I was really encouraged by the fact that the parking is underground. I think that's a really important emphasis to keep in mind and maintain as you continue with this. While that seems appears to have been much more successful than the previous round. The connection feels the connection through the site doesn't really feel successful to me. That feels very much like, the terrace up above is inaccessible and feels a little dark. While I appreciate the sort of retail on the ground floor, it feels, again, not sort of in keeping with the variety and the sort of fabric of the rest of the mall. And then just sort of, again, the idea of blending into the context. I think that's a really good idea, that you want to have a building that's not a monument. The code building might be more considered a monument, but I think that idea of how something blends into the background can still be done elegantly. I think that starts with an understanding of the site and where we are and what we're dealing with here. I think needs to be a serious, some serious thought and a lot of walking around and a better understanding of the surroundings here to make that happen.
I can agree with a lot of that, but I want to focus on the streetscape and the pedestrian experience. I understand zoning, I think, spoke to you about this, but it is the streetscape experience currently, while not great, it's still pretty nice. There's a significant tree cover. The existing buildings have a colonnade right there. Your proposed street experience is mostly a vehicular pull-off in the driveway. No sign of any street trees. I think it's going to be absolutely necessary that you guys adhere to the city's zoning code requirements for the streetscape, which I think will vastly improve this. You've already mentioned the portion of the building on Market Street off to the right. I think you said you're going to put some storefront in there. I do think that'll help. There's a lot of blank wall going on. One of the issues that I think you're going to want to speak to the city about will be the regulations concerning ground floor, the definition of a ground floor, the height of a ground floor. I don't think you're necessarily meeting that in all cases. In some cases, your ground floor is too high above the grade. In other cases, for example, on the back side of the building, the old Preston side, you don't have the 14-foot floor-to-floor height where the boutique is and then the restaurant on top.
That's a full height.
It's split in half, so you've got 12 and you've got something much smaller underneath.
No, that's also 12 feet.
It needs to be, by zoning code, it needs to be 14. So I'm just warning you guys, they didn't pick that up when they talked to you guys, but I think you need to make sure that that's okay, otherwise you have a special exception coming your way. To me, the building feels like you're trying really hard to keep it short. And I'm not sure that that's necessary. It has when I looked at my first thought was it feels like something out of DC where you've got the strict height regulations and everyone tries to cram as many floors in under a certain height. And I don't, if that's something that if your design is to keep it short and horizontal and your intention, then that's one thing. But if you're limiting yourself to height because you think that we want you to limit yourself to a certain height, I maybe free yourself up from that a little bit. I was gonna guess that might be part of it, but it is, it feels squashed. Where else was I going with this? Yeah, I'm kind of curious how, well, I imagine some of those windows on the retail one of them's gotta be a door, right? Because they're all looking like windows.
One door there, which
Okay.
we have made to the grade so that we can get in.
All right. But yeah, so adding on to what everyone else has said, just also focusing on the pedestrian experience. I'm a little worried that a lot of the glass that you're showing on Market Street goes into a meeting room. Usually those are all curtained off. So, I'm thinking about, we've got a whole bunch of public space lining the Marriott on the corner of Ridge and West Main. It's all street facing, and it's always dark and curtained off. And it just makes for a big blank wall, basically, at the end of the day. So,
Only the small piece at the end, that's the meeting room. The rest of it is all lobby. If you go to the second,
I think a lot of those windows you're showing are meeting room
the
windows.
first slide in that,
Well,
West Market, the other one, yeah. So that, all of that, those windows, those are lobby.
okay,
Except, with the exception that the white portion, that's the meeting.
all right. Well then,
And some of that, the first window will be pre-function area, which doesn't have to be curtained off.
mhm.
But the one behind that probably will be, if they need the darkness in there.
Okay, well, just, I guess keep that in mind is, try to remember the pedestrian experience and keep it active, and not, obviously not a bunch of blank walls. I mean, you've got some tables and chairs set up right there. No one's gonna use that.
I know who
Well, yeah,
will.
okay, I take that back. Somebody will use those, but I don't think it's gonna feel inviting to the pedestrian to walk by and wanna take a seat and, sit under the one tree that's right there. And I mean, also the end walls facing both sides. Obviously, you can't put windows there, I get that, but if there's some way to break up that material, other than fake wood.
Lower level,
No, I'm talking about on the upper levels. So you'll be seeing those from,
staircase, I can put windows here.
windows in the stair if that, but it's some way to break up the materiality somehow, so it's not this big blank wall facing
So you're talking
everybody
about
downhill.
The short side one, the right-hand side, that's the lot line.
Right, so again, just materiality changes, something.
Yes.
It's going to look like a big blank wall from, I mean, you're facing downhill, so anybody coming up into town is gonna see just this big massive blank wall, and it's really unfortunate that your courtyard, which looks like it could be a great space, it has a really slim little opening to what was probably a really nice view.
It's the plan, right? When you make
Yeah,
it work.
no, I understand, that's not our purview, but it is unfortunate, so I'll stop there. Let someone else talk.
I have a question. Did we pass on comments from the public?
That's a good question.
Sorry.
It's a preliminary discussion, so I don't know.
There might be people here
Okay.
that,
Sure.
We've received a couple of, I received, Joey Conover sent something out to all of you, but then I received two notes.
I didn't see anything.
she emailed us at 4.
I don't know if you received them.
I know.
Is it short?
No, it's long. But she's an adjoining property owner, and I think it's quite
Can
relevant.
someone summarize it?
I'll read it.
I didn't get it.
That's fair.
She wasn't so worried about
A lot of
that.
it goes back to the,
We have a,
buildings are bolted together and.
we're very aware, we have a party wall that we obviously will have to respect, and that wall will remain their wall, and we'll just build next to it.
So the gist of the email is constructability, and that's, I just want to get the summary.
And I've met with her multiple times, I'm very
So these are
aware of it.
sheet, and then that's Joey's comments.
Okay. That is long. I think, I wonder if, since this is a preliminary discussion, this could, it has been sent to the BAR. It was at 4 o'clock today. You know, I was basically getting ready to head down here, so I did not see it. Do y'all want me to read these other ones?
Yes.
All right. One from Kay. I guess first off, Ms. Lewis, to answer your question, yes, I think we'll invite public comment.
Sorry, yeah.
And I'll just read a couple of these. So this is for, sorry, that's regarding 200 West Main. So those two are not. That's what the note says here.
Check my notes. One. Nope, this is 218, and then this one is 200. Yeah, that's 218, and this is 200.
Okay, not my words, just reading an email. This is from Kay Watterson. The rendering of the AC Hotel proposed for the downtown mall is ugly and cheap. The architecture is horrible. It looks like the old Ramada Inn, now Holiday Inn on Emmett Street. It needs to be changed. It looks like the beginning of West Main Street that resembles Broad Street in Richmond. That's from Kay Watterson. And then Joey Conover. This one's a little lengthy.
I think I can summarize it.
If you can summarize, that'd be great. This was circulated to the
So she-
BAR, and we can certainly make sure the applicant
Yeah,
receives this as
and
well.
I don't know if she's dialed in, somebody can correct me, but I'm gonna just try my best. I've read it a couple times. She is concerned with the stone wall, and of course, that'll have to be preserved, but she also notes that it should be exposed as much as possible and incorporated into the design. You know, I'm not commenting whether we've seen that or not, but, and then she talks about the 6 existing holes in that kind of party, you know, boundary. She then says, I'm not going to go into the, she is concerned about protecting the wall during construction and protecting that stone wall for future posterity and making it something that's visible to the public. She does go on and ask that she notes design guideline spacing and that a well-defined street wall should have a minimal spacing between them. I don't know exactly that. I'm just reading verbatim. And then she does make some bullet points towards the end of her email, which she says that we should preserve, the previous, some of the components of the previously approved SUP. While it may not be directly applicable to this project there may be still germane. And she points out a few things. The building's massing should be broken up to provide compatibility with the character defining features of the historic district. I think we've got that from 2 members of the BAR already. Provide adequate protection of adjacent historic structures. And I would say that we haven't really heard about how this building is going to be protected or how it transitions to the Lighthouse Building or Joey's building on Old Preston. Provide a plan to replace the street trees on this site. I think Mr. Schwartz mentioned that. Improve pedestrian character of Old Preston and Market. Provide pedestrian through access, which you've done. So I think that's about it. Anyway, did my best.
Thank you. So yes, if staff, if y'all could make sure we get this note to the applicant so they have it for reference, that would be appreciated. I'll just add on to a couple, I think my colleagues have made some really good points. In just looking at the Old Preston side of the building too, that engages with the downtown mall, or as you said, you're trying to extend the downtown mall a little further, which I think is appreciated. It's, to some degree, it sort of looks like the building's floating up above the lower level, and part of that is, I think, because it's projecting out past the lower level. And I also wonder if there's an opportunity to almost engage that terrace with like some sort of grand staircase or something that would give direct access off the downtown mall to that terrace restaurant. I think that would really liven up the atmosphere and create some dynamic pedestrian experience. So it's something to consider. So nobody else is jumping up.
There-
Is there anyone here that would like to speak?
There
Yeah,
are
please
members
come
of the
up.
public.
Absolutely.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, no, you did.
So I'm Dina Gould. I'm the director of Lighthouse Studio, Vinegar Hill Theater, which is actually that building.
Right.
Reno has not been there since 2015, so. Yeah, is it a Google image? Okay, but just for reference, we're right there. And we can, I echo a lot of what Joey has said. So really, a lot of my design comments would be similar. And I can speak with you all later about the building and where it looks like it's back farther than I expected from this rendering, and this is the first time I've actually seen this drawing. And the only other thing, like some of my concerns have to do, we teach 1,000 students every year in screen films for people of all ages. So I think we stand to be among the most impacted by this build. A lot of my concerns, I have safety and operational concerns and eventually financial concerns. So, but I know that's not you all, so I will take that somewhere else. But just wanted to speak up since I'm here, and this has been interesting. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public would like to speak? Yes.
It's on. So there were in the staff report, which was just right in front of me. Just a couple of questions, and not all of them, and this would be on page 6. Not all are necessary for the discussion, but one, I wanted to make clear that the signage that's shown would not be allowed by the code ordinance, or by the sign regs, but that any signage requires a separate sign permit, so I tend to not worry about those unless it's something that's critical to the design, or but that would, and I've let the applicant know that. The bigger question I had for you all, or one of the questions, was there's the that vertical siding, which is not typical. I don't know if it's metal or real wood, or I just am not certain that fits, and I thought that deserves some attention from you all. And then you all have touched on EFS materiality, the design. I do think, I don't know how quite to address the landscaping plan, but I think there's going to be one tree coming out of that, and it's the larger trees that are on the mall side that will be going. I think that there are some, and you've addressed some of that street level stuff, the interest to the pedestrian. And then I think what would be helpful for the applicant to show is what's going on the rooftop, screening, mechanical. We always have, that's the thing that always surprises us in the end. So how that's going to be resolved or hidden or screened should be shown. But it's that wood question. If you all wanted to discuss it, you don't have to, but I think that would be helpful to resolve.
It was sort of part of my ramble that, I don't think fake wood is appropriate, at least not in that scale downtown.
I agree.
would add, Jeff, to your list that we'd want to see lighting, any exterior lighting is important to show when you bring your COA application.
I would also add that I appreciate that you've added street-level perspectives from the Old Preston side, and I think that would actually be helpful from the Market Street side as well. Because I think we would learn something from those, especially in terms of your signage location. Like, I'm not sure who's going to be seeing that, to be honest. Certainly not from the road.
We do have a sign at the
Okay.
entry point, which is a blade sign.
Sure, yep.
That's for the pedestrian.
We'll take it down to the sidewalk. So you want to be on like on the sidewalk level, you're saying? Like,
Yeah, or as a pedestrian or as a vehicle. And I think I also want to echo the comments of the improving the pedestrian experience, and just thinking about how we're bringing the storefront, articulating the storefront at the street level, and how people are entering and exiting the building would be helpful to see.
And I'd like to double up on the concept of having some sort of entrance from the mall to get up to the lobby, stairs, and so that it would tie in better to the mall itself.
I have a question, maybe question time was over, but,
It's a discussion, there's all sorts of stuff.
right. I mean, do the numbers just not work unless you go zero lot line? Can you not go up?
Can't go up.
So I'm going to be really harsh here because I said this the last time you came here. If you can't fit the street trees in, I'm going to deny it. I'm going to vote for denial. I don't know how everyone else will be, but.
Well, that's actually what I'm getting at, is the trees, right, at least one of them, right? You know, those are 30-inch trees. And there's
Now,
also.
we know we have to do trees. We're not, this doesn't include that landscape.
Mhm.
And we have to look through, because part of it is there's the greenway easement and the walkway easement, and you can use part of the right of way, so we wanted to get all the stuff that you're giving us, and I appreciate it, and then we have to go into that detail. So we know what the code provides.
So one of the
And,
things.
and I will add, and that's something we have to, the code provides a lot about those areas, and then the zoning administrator, has flexibility as to taking the site into consideration because of the slopes here, so we have to work with NDS and balancing all that, but we're aware of that.
So one of the things which were, I think Civil can chime on it, that the front setback of the building, I think it's 50%? It's, 85% of that has to be at the property, at the front, so we don't really have that space to.
Well, the zoning code allows you to, if you can't fit the street trees in, and the landscape requirements in, within the right-of-way, you're allowed to bump your setback back. So your building footprint would get smaller.
Yeah, that was one of the constraints that, you know, how much we can push. If we can push more, we'll try.
Okay.
And that's one of the ways to get that front area
Mhm.
organized.
That would help.
Would that be a zoning issue?
I mean, obviously, I think it's a zoning issue, but it is, we're gonna end up seeing what it aesthetically looks like. And sorry. Don't want to speak too much for staff.
I'm not a zoning official,
Yeah.
and this is a conversation, as Jeff alluded to, that is ongoing internally. At what point with this new zoning ordinance, there are certain three-dimensional elements that typically weren't looked at by zoning until a building permit. Typically, they looked at the two-dimensional stuff. We didn't have a lot of three-dimensional issues. That's changed.
So at what point in this process does someone say, this meets the ordinance? As I said, I'm not a code official. I'm not, I don't make zoning determinations. There are things I can look at, but I think we have this conversation now. I'll be honest, I don't think the BAR's job to be evaluating and making officially a zoning determination. So that's something we have to figure out in staff. I don't have an answer for it yet. But I think that I don't quite personally understand yet where we have an ordinance that wants street trees, but yet everything is going to the property line. So where do you put the trees? But there are provisions in the code that address that trees have to be there. It's sort of you got to turn the page and keep going. So I think there's some work that has to be done with the planner in charge of this. There was a meeting with the Development Review Committee. Or what we do now is when a project comes in, every Wednesday it's a who's who of city government, the fire officials, the utilities, public works, me, zoning, planners, but it's primarily addressing what we see in two dimension and what are the issues and what are the kind of try to catch the big things. But once that thing goes horizontal, or I mean vertical, and you've got you need to have 80% transparency on a wall. You need to, it's. I don't know what point through, as you all know, Carl has certainly been on the BAR long enough, the evolution of a project and a design, it's that back and forth that leads to the final design. Nobody comes in here and says, I want to build a code building, and oh, here's my design. BAR, do you approve it? And zoning, are you okay with it? So there are some things we have to work out. We're moving forward. I don't have all the answers, but I do think that there are some significant trees here, and I think if you all, and I know that during the preliminary discussion, those were critical. And I remember, Carl, you said, you're concerned about it. I know Breck was very concerned about the street trees. The result of what's happening here, and I don't mean to be overly critical, but you've got, those are the trees that are there, and you can see 30-inch, 30-inch, 30-inch. There's some large trees. That's how I read now we didn't get a site plan with this, but that's from the prior discussion. But you get a tree out of it, but a new one, and all of those others are gone. And you ask a good question, and I can pass it up through staff that the BAR would like some guidance on, how do we incorporate a landscaping plan with trees when the setbacks appear to not allow room for them. So sorry for the epistle there, but that's
Jeff?
your meeting.
Sure.
No, I tell you what my approach was, and I talked to what Mr. Schwartz said, is that, and in all previous projects, I always thought we had to present to you the exterior, the landscaping plan, and the assumption was we would have to comply with code. So we were having a discussion about these are the trees we're going to use, this is what we're going to do, and we were never talking zoning or code. I was always going to meet the required setbacks, and like the code talks now about taking trees down and putting them back up. So I agree. I think we're going to have to show you that whole landscaping, and then if I don't adhere to something, I'm going to have to go to James or someone and say, we can't do the 8 and the 6, we need to do a 5, whatever it is. And I was just going to do that and say, and the BAR is opining on the beautification of it. Don't know if that's right. I'm just saying that was my parallel path.
The reason that I'm making a big point of it now is just because if it does require you to make your footprint a little bit smaller, I feel like, if I were your architect, I'd want to know that right now before I do any more drawings. So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't worry. Maybe it's not much of an effect. So you know your plans, but just that stuff scares me. So it's, and it seems like, you know, if your floor-to-floor heights are, on one side of the building aren't matching the zoning code, that would scare me a little bit, and I'd want to figure that out before I invested too much in structural design and everything else. So that's why I'm annoying Jeff with, I continually bring these things up.
I just don't know how to say, I don't know.
I know, there's, yeah. Our zoning code is unfortunately not super easy to comprehend quickly. It takes, yeah, some studying.
I have a couple of remarks. I'm not an architect. I don't know very much about it. But I've been looking over the examples. I believe they were supplied to us by staff of other AC hotels. And I've stayed in a couple of them, actually, in Bozeman, lovely hotel, and in Asheville. But, and they're really comfortable. I really like them. But if you look at these examples, they're all basically contextless. They're in the middle of areas that are not built up, that are not historic areas, that are not, have any context. And with all due respect to the design we have here, it also doesn't have any context. It looks a lot like these buildings. And these are lovely buildings, and as I say, for personal experience, very comfortable hotels. But I really think that this is not what I don't know what it would be. If I were an architect, I would give you advice, but I can't give you that. But it doesn't fit. It just doesn't look like it fits. It looks like it could be out on Route 29, north of town, as opposed to downtown. And that's what my concern is. And I'm hoping that you will come back and think about the remarks of my colleagues here, who are much more expert on this, will make, and see if that could be somehow referring more to the mall in the context. As I say, these are lovely buildings, but they are in the middle of nowhere, and this is not going to be in the middle of nowhere.
I think one of the biggest challenge we have is to follow the zoning code ordinance and try to create this, the articulation in the exterior, because it says it has to be the property line. 80% of that has to be straight on the setback. Those things.
But we can do it, but we can do it with colors, materials, it does, it looks, I got it.
If I could add a suggestion, maybe one thing that would help, I think with your perspectives, they were very helpful, but I do think there was an issue with getting the scale exactly right. I mean, and that happens when you're using Google Images and things, but doing a measured elevation with context of the buildings next door and maybe a couple down will help you perhaps respond perhaps to the context and the elevations and the facades and the materiality and things like that. So that would be nice to see next time.
I just had a final comment if we're about wrapped up. I don't want to repeat any other substance that's been said by my colleagues, but I did want to thank you for the thoroughness of the application compared to even when you came in April. This was very thorough. The perspectives were really helpful. Hopefully you'll bring more and more as we refine this project, but I really thought this was an exemplary application as far as information that you gave us. Thank you.
Alrighty. Everybody ready? All right. Thank you for that presentation. Yes. Our next agenda item is a pre-application conference for 200 West Main Street. And I believe we have at least one of our same presenters. But Jeff, if you'd like to introduce this to us, please.
Insert the new. All right. Oh, I see it right there. Okay, got it. Thank God it's not as bad as my desk. All right. So this is and formally per the code, this is a pre-application conference for a proposed project at 200 West Main Street. Currently the site of the Violet Crown Theater. The existing building, somewhat difficult to decipher. Something was there in the late 1800s, and then around the late 1890s, I think the current brick structure that's at the rear was constructed and sort of grew a little bit over time out the back. Primarily a commercial establishment, dry goods. I thought it was interesting in the one Sanborn map, 1913 Sanborn map, it's noted as a moving pictures theater. It was in the late 50s, early 60s, the front facade was altered for what became Leggett's. It was there for a long time. And then in 96, that front facade, and similar to what happened at 310 East Main, the front part of that building was replaced with a facade for the Regal Cinema. And then in 2014, 2016, the current contemporary facade was built on there. So you've got some brick walls that date to 1890s and probably 1930s expansion, but the front of the building itself is while it's a contributing structure in downtown ADC district, it's not a historic facade. What is and Jeff and I have had some conversations with this, and Jeff has had conversations also with some of you individually. Let's call it what it is. There's a lot going on here, and there's a lot of people talking about it. And a lot of people want to know what this means or that means. All I can address is what the BAR's role in this is, and I've had people say the BAR has to do this or the BAR can't do that. So let's establish the box within you all are currently working. This is a request to construct a new building at this site. Presumably would require the demolition of the existing building, which would require a COA because it is designated contributing. So there's one step. Second step is whatever was constructed there would require a design review and a COA from the Board of Architectural Review because it's in the downtown ADC district. The design guidelines downtown are somewhat relative to height, not out of sync, that's not the right word, because the guidelines are only guidelines, they're not regulations. But the current ordinance allows up to 10 stories by right. And I'd like to, if I can, stories, there's a height, and I don't recall the height that's allowed by right, and then if certain affordable housing bonuses are met, the height could go as high as 184 feet. Any project of this scale, it is required by code that the applicant hold a pre-application conference with the BAR. There are no rules for what those should be or what the result is, but it is that. Singularly, it is a pre-application discussion. We typically refer to them as preliminary discussions. You all will not take any action. You will not approve anything. And the instructions are, and we discussed a little bit prior, but the sort of this discussion format, actually we've been using it for quite some time, and I'm glad Sherry raised the question about consensus, because it's worth clarifying. But the instructions are, this is a pre-application conference. No BAR formal action will be taken. However, by consensus, the BAR may express an opinion about the project as presented. For example, the BAR might express consensus support for certain materials, identify features that require revision or clarification, or request additional analysis, et cetera. But such comments will not constitute a formal motion, and the result will have no legal bearing, nor will it represent an incremental decision on the required COA. And the importance of the word consensus was, when I wrote that a couple years ago, is that if each of you said something different, well, obviously the applicant would leave with 8 or 9 different opinions. But if you all had collectively said, well, yeah, I agree with that, the applicant could say, oh, the BAR is fine with it. No, that even if you agree unanimously on something, we're just having a discussion at this point, and it does not mean that someone comes in and says, you've approved this thing. There has been no formal COA request. So, like I said, I urge all of you to be honest and sincere. I know you will. I would hope that, if you say you like something, I think where applicants get concerned is 2 months later, someone says, I decided I don't like it. So, we want these to be as constructive as possible, but to be measured in what your responses are, so that we're communicating fair and actionable things. So another issue that came up about this is, I know there are some zoning questions related to this project. I know the applicant has asked the city consider certain things. I know that the applicant has said, oh, I'm going to build affordable housing in this. You all review the exterior design. What goes on or happens inside a building is not within your purview. I've used this, I know I've overused this. This building could be 184 feet tall and one giant room, or it could be 184 foot tall and a solid block of concrete. Your review of it is singularly, what does the outside of that block of concrete look like relative to the historic district? So, and I'm offering that to anyone here. The BAR's purview is not to review or approve or deny or affordable housing. There are issues related to how would the additional bonus height be allowed? That's a process that's handled by another office within city government. So the assumption before you is not whether, does it deserve that or not, but I think it's fair to say what Mr. Levine is saying. The assumption is I will receive this additional height, and so that's what you'll respond to. Now, you all have in the past, as I repeatedly said to people over the last couple of years, the BAR is not afraid of height. Granted, we have some unfinished height, a few blocks west of here, but that building's about 114 feet tall. The code building, I don't have the measurements, 9 stories tall. There are tall buildings on West Main that the Board of Architectural Review has approved. So it is, it's not uncommon for you all to consider for large-scale projects, height. However, you all also have the ability to mitigate the impact of that height. And that can be done in a number of ways. It can be done by where a building steps back if necessary, or how it modulates its materiality and design, the things that are in the guidelines that are available to you. So I think the one thing that I did say to Jeff when we talked, he's got some hoops and hurdles to jump through, but what he kept saying is, well, I need to start somewhere. And I'm not worried about it starting with you all. I trust you all. I've worked with you all for some time, and you know your job. So, and I think that it's an opportunity to give some feedback like we would from any other project in a pre-app discussion. And those come down to the things that I've outlined in the staff report. What is it that you would want to see? What information is necessary to do an evaluation of this project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And one of them I told Jeff is we very much need to show the shadows on the mall. That is a big deal. The BAR's review is not just the building, but its relationship to the historic district as well. So, and in the information that he shared this afternoon, and I realize it's late, was late, then it actually was last night. For preliminary discussions, again, there are no rules. You all are welcome to say, I just got this last night, I can't comment on it. That is
perfectly acceptable if you choose. But when I received it, I was actually in council meeting last night, so when I got back in my office, I sent it out, around 10 o'clock last night. So that's your call on how you want to treat it. Did everyone receive that? And so, sorry, a lot going on there. And then the final caveat is that, and I will read it so that we're clear with this. Per code, the BAR is charged only with the authority to approve or deny a design review COA, following an evaluation applying the criteria under the code for a major historic review. The BAR does not evaluate a proposed use. Additionally, per code, the issuance of a COA cannot, in and of itself, authorize any construction, reconstruction, alteration, repair, demolition, or improvements or activities requiring a building permit where a building permit is required. So the point in that is that the approval of a COA someone can't come in, that doesn't say I can get my building permit. If you all, you're approving that design, and if somehow it's a 200-foot tall building and half of it's on Jerry's property downtown, that doesn't mean someone can build it there. So be clear in that. So yeah, ultimately, to get a building permit, the project has to meet all applicable building code requirements, including zoning requirements. So again, no action will be taken. I hope we can be constructive and helpful, but I also, burden is on the applicant to ask questions of you that he might have, but so that everyone knows and everyone that's listening, we are not approving anything tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werner.
One quick question. Are we expected to do this pre-application conference this evening?
That's what we're about to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like there's a lot of questions.
Oh, yeah. No, this is a pre-application conference, and that implies that they're going to apply for a certificate of appropriateness at some point in the future.
But I guess what you're asking is, are we going to have another pre-app conference after this, probably?
Yes.
Or a preliminary discussion.
Yeah,
There's no longer preliminary discussion. It's called pre-application conference under the new ordinance.
So a little bit of.
It's the same thing, but
Yeah.
Because we just had a preliminary discussion.
If you all recall, and I.
it's required by major review.
Yeah, I've
That's
joked
right.
with Jeff quite a few times that they were our test case. They were the petri dish for the process of when I was informed a couple years ago that BAR cannot issue partial COAs.
Right.
That there's one golden ticket. And so I think 612 West Main was the first one we said, all right, we're coming in, it's a formal application. We required that because at some point we didn't want to have 10 meetings and then at the end, suddenly it was a final, everything was done, but it's on the consent agenda. So that public process required that we do get a formal application. Mm-hmm. There was an understanding and working with Jeff Bushman and Jeff Dreyfus on it, that, all right, it is a formal application, we're going to come in, and then at the end of that discussion, we're going to request a deferral, the applicant. It was clunky, but it somehow worked. I know that the request has been made for you all to approve something partially. You cannot. Well, you certainly cannot tonight because there has been no application. But
Did you say there has been a request?
no,
So you said there hasn't
Oh,
been
okay.
no
no
application.
formal, nothing
Okay.
formal, right?
No.
So, but that was the process. So that was, and we'd call them discussions, but they were part of that formal process with that understanding that at the end of the conversation, there was going to be another deferral request. And
So I think in terms of the presentation from the applicant that was emailed out last night, I do, for this pre-application conference, I think that's okay, and we're going to allow it. I think it's a little frustrating just because of, having proper time to review it, and I would just kind of encourage and remind our applicants, not just this applicant, but all applicants, of getting their materials submitted in a complete fashion on the deadline 3 weeks before. The intent is so that staff has time to prepare their reports, and then also the BAR, but also these things get posted on the city website so the public can have a chance to review these materials ahead of time and before they come to these meetings so they can be prepared to comment. So, emailing us something, kind of within 24 hours, it stresses us, but also doesn't give the public a chance to see that material ahead of time. So, just moving forward, we want to try and really hit those deadlines. Though I do think, in looking at this one, I kind of pulled them up on two screens and compared what was sent to us with what was in the presentation, or the what was sent to staff, I'll just say, 3 weeks ago. I think there's some images in here specifically that have to do with some of the shadows on the mall that are pertinent and important to see. So I would like to see the one that was the more updated recent presentation. So with that, I think we'd like to ask our applicant to please show us what you've got.
I think that was very good, your vacation, really. That was some wind-up. Thank you, and thanks for hearing me, and I do get it, the stuff that comes late is really just, it's part of timing, and because this is so open, it doesn't matter how prepared, I just want to really have an open, forthright conversation about this project, which.
I think my point is this is a sensitive project, so when you do submit your formal COA, just make sure it's complete.
100%.
Thank you.
Again, my name's Jeff Levine, 600 West Main Street. I am under contract to purchase this site. It's still owned by Violet Crown. My architect, Joel Keppen, from Kaler Slater, is on the phone if we get into any detail, but we don't have a ton of detail. I will say I completely understand the magnitude of the importance of this property, cannot be overstated. I understand the responsibility that comes with this property. I understand that it has to respect the history of the mall, and it also has to propel the mall forward if we deem so. Similarly, it's a very important first test of our code, because what I want to discuss tonight is do we want to unlock the development of this property? Because what we put in writing as a city, we have to now start to think about how that's reflected truly as an urban planning and what it looks like. It's clear we're going to spend, if we can go forward, numerous hours and numerous meetings going through lintels and 100 million different things that are going to come way down the road. But again, today we need to start the conversation about whether this site can be developed under the code. So, next slide, please. So what would I first seek as a developer? I need your permission to demolish the building, otherwise it's a no-go. I need an approval of, I'm going to call it the massing and satisfaction of this famous section that's in the code that gives you a tremendous amount of right to, I was going to say kill a deal, but not, but to reduce the massing and change the setbacks considerably based on certain guidelines. And Jeff alluded to it. What I also want to have a discussion is about the BAR, from what I understand, doesn't have any legal prohibition from issuing a partial COA. I don't believe under the current code and that any developer can proceed with any development unless they can get a partial COA saying that they've approved, they've met the satisfaction of this 5.27 C2C, because in no case can a developer go spend maybe millions of dollars to go through an entire design, bring that to you for every little detail that we just discussed on the hotel, and have you say, you know what, 184 feet doesn't really work. By the way, it probably won't even be any UP, it'll be 4 years later, and say 184 feet doesn't really work, we're just going to cut it down to 130 feet. These are, and Jeff was right, I didn't know where to start, but we have to start the conversation if we're going to test this code, and so this is the conversation. Next slide, please. A quick site overview. Oh, no? Hold on.
5 minutes, I just wanted to have some. Pause the clock there. I mean, I got.
Okay.
Mr. Gastier sent something and I just tried to respond.
Okay.
Rex stuck on cousin trouble.
Is this the old one or the, oh, this is the new, this is the new one.
Yeah,
Got
there
it,
you
okay.
go.
Got it. So just go back one, I just want to give some context of the site for people do know it, but it's about a half an acre, 100 linear feet of frontage along the mall. It's, the other side is Water Street. It does not include the Waterbird corner right there, so we would have to develop around that. And Second Street is the flow-through street. So that's the context of the site. Next slide, please. That's the building. That's the building in the context of code, and those are the primary trees that would be affected by any development on this site. Next slide. So here's the conversation about the demolition, and there's a lot of words, and Jeff alluded to it. So the history of the building has a lot of different iterations of it, but it doesn't really resemble any historical context. It's not a historical building. Allowing the building to remain in place underutilizes the property based on the larger scale of the city's plan. And it's very similar to the demolition COAs I've received for Artful Lodger and Brown's Lock, which are older buildings and contributing structures, but not necessarily historical buildings that lend themselves to the true context of the mall. So love to get your opinion on that. The second thing is, the next slide. This is the as-of-right massing in the DX zone. It's 184 feet, no step backs, give or take some of the street. That's what could be permitted. I've worked with the BA long enough, that's never going to get built, and I don't want to build it. So what we started to look at was how do we just first address some initial critical factors that we kind of thought, and so you can go to the next slide. That was, how do you break up the massing, make it look like several buildings, add step backs. The step backs are from 5 to 25 feet, and pull away at the mall so you're not left with a big wall in front of at the mall. Again, respecting the pedestrian experience, and forget what it, but that was our way of saying this is a more articulated, better suited building for that. Again, we're going to spend a lot of time on how that really articulates, but again, I'm trying to get understanding of that height, those step backs, that articulation, because you can go to the next slide, I think, because it talks about it there. It's why it was, so Jeff and I were talking about shadow studies. So what I did was I took a look, this is kind of a summary. I took a look at what a 6-story building would be and what this 184-foot building would be, with the assumption that either we're going to build nothing, or arguably the BAR would say 6 stories is contextually right, and so what would that bring? And then if you look at actually 184 feet building, the shadows are not that different as far as causing a shading effect on the trees. I show here 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. Those are the most affected times a day, and you'll see the 184-foot building might cover a little bit more of the mall. It's not germane as to how far it goes across the mall and covers those buildings as much as it is on the actual mall side and the trees. If you flip through, I go into a more detailed shadow study just because I was told the shadow study is not a full shadow study unless I show every single thing. So that's what that does. And again, we don't have to go through it, but I've spent time kind of looking at it, and the conversation is, if we want to keep the trees completely unshaded, then the existing building just stays, or we're going to have to figure out how development on the mall may or may not affect those trees because it's not shaded all day. And then next slide, please. Next. It's my detailed shadow study. Okay. So this is what I would go for a partial certificate of appropriateness. And again, I have spoke to council and I've done some research, and I think it was more of a city attorney decision to suggest strongly that BAR not offer partial COAs. I did get one a few years ago because it is really difficult for a developer to go through the entire design process without. But this is particularly now, I would look for a partial C of O to demolish the building, so we would unlock that part of it to develop something there. And then I would need to know from the BAR that you're satisfied, because to paraphrase the right you have on the mall, you can limit the height to within 2 stories of the prevailing story height of the block, and you can require upper story step backs of up to 25 feet. If you take it its wildest context, you could arguably require this building to, I guess, be 6 stories and have 3 step backs of 25 feet and make it completely undevelopable. So I will say that the importance of this is not just about kind of unlocking this development from a real estate perspective and a BAR and design. For me, and living in the city and talking to police chief and Friends of Seaville and everyone who listened to me, the mall needs 24/7 activation. The code, the city's mission is designed to provide more housing. This is what this project does. The Violet Crown is a jewel. It's a jewel that's just become outdated as far as a business model in the world of theaters. That's my opinion based on a lot of fact. And so our code was written to develop this site for this. The question amongst all of us is, do we want to do it? So I'm here. Like I said, I don't own the site, so it's not any pressure on me. If you don't agree, it'll just fall away and be what it will be. Just make one last point. I don't know if this is my last point, but I'll make one more point, is the building really doesn't have an adaptive reuse component because it's a theater building. Those aren't very conducive to being used for something else. So let's talk. Let's thoughts, ideas, tomatoes, insults, whatever you.
Only heirloom tomatoes.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
If I may start, I just want to say that I agree with the whole notion that we need more people living downtown. I live downtown on Second Street Northeast, and there really needs to be more housing downtown. And I applaud the notion that you might be trying to do that. There'll have to be discussions about how the building will fit in and so forth, but I really do like the idea that somebody is trying to build something for housing downtown.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I think that would be a good idea. I think I'd like to invite the public to speak. There's been folks waiting patiently for a while, so let's let them speak, and we can hear what they have to say, and then we can make comment and question. Jeff, we can bring you back up for questions and things. So, thank you for that suggestion, Carl. I'd like to invite members of the public, if they have any comments or questions, to please come forward.
see some of you from last night. Yeah. So just, it was referenced.
for the record,
but,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Michael Payne,
Thank
City
you.
of Charlottesville. And just for the record, it was addressed, but just for the record, obviously, we all know the current code in terms of stories are the limiting factor. The height bonus has an affordability requirement, and City Council has not made any decision to waive any requirements in the existing code. Other than that, I would just say just some musings that come to mind is, I wonder if further discussion between City Council and the Board of Architectural Review may be needed going forward. Because just looking at this, some of my initial thoughts were, and I don't know the answer to these questions, but is any existing height study done looking at the downtown mall in terms of if there's going to be height, where would it be? What would the amount of stories be? And if there's a certain amount of stories, what are the building materials or design elements? Likewise, what is the shadow impact in terms of your visual experience on the downtown mall, as well as the health of the trees? And then finally, are there existing guidelines that allow you to put that in the context, not just of one project, but thinking 20, 30 years down the road, if the city made a zoning change that allowed this level of intensity in multiple areas throughout the downtown mall, again, 20, 30 years down the road, do you have the ability for developers to assemble multiple lots? And what does that look like if you see this level of intensity throughout the downtown mall or on blocks that extend a greater amount of the mall? And I think, maybe a lot more discussion is needed on these points. I think you saw from the last presentation, if finances change and you have a project that changes to owners who own hundreds or thousands of properties, you're inherently going to see a standardized architectural design, even if you grant, even after you've granted, certain approvals. And again, what does that look like long-term on the mall? And likewise, I genuinely think, having more housing on the mall is a good area, but I think there's a big conversation for our community in terms of, is the long-term vision of the downtown mall to be a traditional mixed-use business district that has very good pedestrian access, or is it a piece of public architecture that is rooted in the specific history and design of Lawrence Halperin, and actually has a unique sense of place and architecture? And that's a very big debate that our community hasn't had, and I don't know if you all have the guidelines to discuss it in that context. So anyway, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Sure.
Good evening, Genevieve Keller, representing Preservation Piedmont. I didn't know if you would take comment on preliminary discussions. I really didn't prepare anything, but our advocacy committee did meet electronically, and I sent you a letter earlier today, which I guess are our preliminary thoughts on this, which is very important. I would just like to say that as the members of the BAR, in effect, you're the curators of the mall, which is our city's special space. It's listed in the National Register. The landscape is now listed in the National Register as well. And so I'd just like to point out that any demolition of an existing building on the mall warrants serious consideration. And you are the ones who make that decision. A lot of the preliminary discussion today was about the height and setbacks and this and that. But it's a very serious thing to approve a demolition, especially one of this size, on the mall and through to Water Street. We aren't especially concerned about height, just as Jeff said, the BAR hasn't been especially concerned about height. I'd be probably very enthusiastic to see a project of this type on Water Street, Bridge McIntyre, other places. On the mall, at the West End, maybe okay, but as Councilor Payne said, if this were to be a trend on the entire mall, I would be very concerned, Preservation Piedmont would be very concerned. In effect, this ordinance has monetized our airspace. I talked till I was blue in the face to people about, do we want to do transfer development rights or something like that, but we didn't. And so here we are, and you are our first guardrail. You make those decisions, and I just ask you to take your positional responsibilities and authorities very seriously. And then I'm going to do an aside, because I'm the hometown gal, and to me, this is Vinegar Hill, and that hotel space is Vinegar Hill. It was more the mixed-race, whiter part of Vinegar Hill, and you could talk to older residents, African-American residents, and they may have different opinions, because I know I've had dialogue with my contemporaries who are African-American, who are very concerned about the heritage of Vinegar Hill, and we all kind of, we can't really specify what the boundaries were. I could certainly tell you that Second Street is, and when a application comes in for a demo there, just down from McGuffey School, that would be taking out the last fabric left of Vinegar Hill. And I consider this part of the Vinegar Hill fabric, so this is redevelopment of Vinegar Hill in our own time, and that's a serious thing to do. I think Mr. Levine is a good developer. He was very gracious. I invited him a couple of years ago to come speak to my preservation planning class, because he really does have the economics of building in a historic context. And so I think he takes this seriously. But this is a big step for all of us, and we're happy to go this journey with you, but it's fraught with a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Any other members of the public or online?
Mr. Castinger
That's right. Breck, if you've got some thoughts, why don't you go ahead and share?
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, I'm probably really big and really loud.
Yeah.
I got the picture up you asked.
Oh, that's great. So I want to say a couple of things. One is I too not super concerned about the height or a tall building going in this location. I do feel like it's a little bit awkward that this site would be developed so tall without the former clock shop or the Waterbird property. I know that's not owned by the owner, but it seems a bit awkward to be forcing height towards the mall when that site is just adjacent. And it seems like this project would make that property quite obsolete in some ways. The thing that I just had in my mind as I was thinking about so many of the great experiences and memories of the mall, or is that time of day, 5, 6 p.m. And I just did a quick Google search for Charlottesville. And look at this image. We've all seen the mall at times when the sun slips down, the length of the mall shines under the trees off the bricks. And I just wanted to note that I feel like the sun studies are really inadequate for the impact that this project could have. I don't know, because we haven't looked at what the summertime at 5, 6, 7 p.m., the most busy and most vital time in the entire mall's life throughout the year. And so I think it would be just really good for the owner to be aware of that impact. It may or may not be, but to me, in my mind's eye, that sun slips right through that crack about that spot. So where I might not be concerned about necessarily the height per se, the setback might be a really important consideration, and those sun studies might be way more, they may not make a big difference for the land right outside of the project immediately in the block adjacent, but it could have still very big impact on the experience of the mall generally. And this is not about the health of the trees. This is about just the environmental aesthetic impact of our most precious public space at the most popular time of the evening.
Thank you, Breck. I think that's a really good image that you pulled up, and you make a good point. I think, well, I'm going to hold my comments and invite the rest
I'll
of
go.
BAR, so please.
So I'd just like to address, Mr. Levine is asking us, I mean, the first bullet point was about demolition. And when you come to us and ask us to demolish, it's incumbent on you to convince us why you should demolish. And I'm sure you've looked at the guidelines, but I'm just going to read them out, just because we don't get demolitions all that often. I think the last time was actually for Browns, if I'm not mistaken, which was a while ago. So the review criteria for demolition, public necessity of the proposed demolition, public purpose or interest in the land or buildings to be protected, whether or not a relocation of the structure would be a practical or preferable alternative, whether or not the proposed demolition would adversely or positively affect other historic buildings or the character of the historic district, the reason for demolishing the structure and whether or not alternatives exist, and finally, whether or not there has been a professional and economic structural feasibility study for rehabilitation or reusing the structure, and whether or not its findings support the proposed demolition. Further, the specific criteria, and I don't have the new zoning ordinance reference, sorry, but basically looking at whether, in general, whether we move, remove, encapsulate, or demolish in whole or in part any protected property. The historic, architectural, and cultural significance of any specific structure or property, including without limitation the age of the property, whether it has been designated nationally or on the state level, whether and to what extent the building or the structure is attached to a historic person, architect or master craftsman, or a historic event, whether the building or structure or any of its features represent an infrequent or first or last remaining example within the city of a particular architectural style or feature, whether the building or structure is such of an old or distinctive design, structure, or material that it could not be reproduced or could be reproduced only with great difficulty, the degree to which distinguishing characteristics, qualities, features, or materials remain. Excuse me as I go on, but this is important stuff, guys. This is what we should be talking about tonight. The applicant wants us to demolish. He stood up and not given us a reason, so I just want to refocus this. I'll be done in about a minute. Whether and to what extent a contributing structure is linked historically or aesthetically to other buildings or structures within an existing major design control district, or is one of a great group of properties within such a district whose concentration or continuity possesses greater significance than many of the component buildings. The overall condition and structural integrity of the building and structure, as indicated by studies prepared by a qualified professional engineer and provided by the applicant and other information provided to the board. Whether and to what extent the applicant proposes means, methods, or planning for moving, removing, or demolishing the structure or property that preserves portions, features, or materials that are significant to the property's historic, architectural, and cultural value. So that's what we should be talking about if you're asking us what that we want to demolish. And I think we have to talk about the demolition before we can really talk about what's going to go in place of it. If we don't say yes to the demolition, I don't know how we can fantasize about a replacement building that Mr. Levine wants us to approve there. I just think it's cart in front of the horse, or horse in front of the cart.
Disagreed. I think we've also had discussions on this board about granting a COA for demolition without having an idea of what's being built back in its place.
Yeah.
And that, so you can kind of run in circles. I
Right.
don't disagree with what
Well,
you're
I think
saying.
there was an approach previously with previous staff that we should not pay any attention to what would replace the proposed demolished building. I don't think that's the case here. We've been given a pretty good idea by Mr. Levine, I think what we know what would be there, what he anticipates he'd like to get out of us under the new zoning ordinance. Like we all have said, it's brand new territory, but I don't think by any means we would be ignoring that in looking at the demolition. I mean, I think he's been really transparent about it, and I think we've seen it, so I don't think we're doing that charade like the last time I was on the BAR, we would do that.
Mr. Bailey?
Can
I-
sorry.
Go ahead.
The architect on the project has raised his hand. I just wanted to, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just point that out when Ron's done.
Having listened to those requirements, those guidelines, I don't think that demolition of this property would violate any of those guidelines.
So let the architect speak.
Joel, you there?
Joel Cadman here from Taylor Slater. I actually just wanted to address quickly the comment. The image is still up on the screen here about the kind of the golden hour, 5 to 6 p.m. sunset. Just wanted to note that we are on the east end of the mall. We would not be blocking any sunlight coming through from the sunset on the west.
That's absolutely incorrect.
Nope, wrong, you're on the west.
Is he the project architect?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, flipped around from this image. I was looking at it the wrong way. Excuse me.
I think. Let's just say.
But just the sun setting at that time of day during the warm months would be north of our project. That's what I wanted to say. Excuse me.
I think Mr. Gaskinger's point is that this is a moment on the mall, an experience on the mall, and not necessarily a locational of, oh, this will occur or not. So I think that was my understanding of it, so.
I think also.
Yes, the sun's already cut off at 3 p.m. and I just. Okay.
And I think I think Breck, if I can speak for you, I think your point was the sun study needs to be further fleshed out, and really, we saw like 3 slides that were quickly flipped through.
Yes, and the sun in this image is coming directly over the site where the project is being proposed, even though this is like 4 blocks to the east.
Yes. So I agree with Ms. Lewis. I think, demo is certainly one hurdle we have to get over, but I do think that we should provide some feedback on at least the massing and scale of the building. We could sit here all night talking about demo and not get any further. So I think you make some good points, and that is certainly something that
Thank you for making one comment about
Well,
demo.
I do think, I agree with you that the burden's on the applicant to prove to us why we should allow for the demolition of a building, especially a contributing structure on the downtown mall. So, and then I think we would have to figure out the whole partial COA, or if that would be its own standalone COA and then a separate COA for the building project.
Oh, it absolutely would be, yeah.
So
Separate.
that's the more proper way to go about that. Does anybody else have any other thoughts on the demolition in particular?
I mean, I agree with Ron that I think if you brought us that argument and looked at all those items that we're supposed to review, I'm not sure I would have much trouble accepting a demolition. There's not much left of that building that I think dates to the department store that used to be there. I mean, obviously it got changed to be the Regal Theater, and then I think the whole front of it got demolished and rebuilt for the, not just the front facade, but going back about 10 feet for the Violet Crown.
A note on when you all were looking at this in 2014, Mary Joy noted that the front, at that time, the Regal Cinema facade was non-contributing. So I mean, not that it particularly matters, because we would be talking about the entire site, but if someone wanted to remove that facade, wouldn't necessarily require a PAR approval. But
Well, I think even, the brickwork that's on Second Street, that could be old, but I know the stuff that goes around the back, that wraps around the back of Waterbird, that is definitely 1980s, 90s brickwork, the way it's detailed, and it matched what was on the front of the Regal Theater at one point.
this building's a lot like that house on Hartman's Mill Road that like the Winchester house that's grown. When I was trying to evaluate this through the old Sanborns, it was difficult to piece it together. So, but I certainly looks like we're going to possibly have an opportunity to do that. So I will take a hard look at those things.
So in terms of like scale and massing, I mean, I think Mr. Levine's kind of hit a point of, you know, this is our test case. This is what the city has asked for with the new zoning regulations and trying to encourage more housing. I think that, Ron, I think your point of encouraging housing downtown is an important one. You know, it could bring vivacity back to downtown in a major way. But I think that this is also the test case of how to do that sensitively within a historic district, and especially in arguably one of our most important historic districts. You know, the downtown mall is on the National Register of Historic Places, so we need to do this thoughtfully and carefully if it moves forward. I think that the BIR certainly does have the right to exercise its authority to limit the height of this building to within 2 stories, or 2 stories of the existing height of the buildings on the downtown mall. I do think 2nd Street, at least a little ways back, as you can see it from the mall, is kind of contextually part of the mall. Ms. Keller's email earlier today, I think, had some valid points about allowing for height to increase as you work your way back up towards, is it Water Street? Water Street. And so I think there's ways to work with, you know, the applicant and the design to try and meet in the middle and achieve our goals of allowing more housing, but also doing it sensitively in a historic district. You know, I think the code building is successful in my mind because it does step back, and it isn't like this huge mass that overwhelms the downtown mall. In the images that were shown earlier, kind of looking at the Violent Crown as if a pedestrian were standing on the mall, you don't see the code building from that perspective, you know, and so from the human scale, it's not looming over you. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to try to kind of, I think Mr. Levine's shown some step backs in like you said, that to sort of by code, what you could build would never pass, and I think we would agree. I think what your next proposal is, I think probably would need to get some massaging, at least from my perspective, to try and kind of finesse that. And I think stepping back would also help maybe address some of Breck's concerns in terms of sunlight getting through to the mall and shining down the mall. So those are my initial reactions, but I'd love to hear everyone else's thoughts.
Mr. Zeno, can I just offer some clarification again, that just for the folks in the room, and I know a lot of people are paying attention to this, and I think some of it from our experience last night, folks not understanding exactly what the BAR's purview is. So your guidance, your direction, well, your charge from council is to apply the design guidelines. As I mentioned, arguably the design guidelines, you know, would rigidly applied would suggest a shorter building here. I don't think that that's where you all are going to go. I've never thought you would head in that direction. But when people will say to me, the BAR can't allow this, or the BAR would be horrible if they didn't allow this. The BAR can only approve a COA for that has conditions that might limit the height, or it can deny a COA for a requested height. But BAR approval or denial or approval with conditions is, you all are not the final say. And so I think I appreciate where we want to go with, to sort of understand where, you know, everyone wants to kind of go along here, but, you know, you all are, if the applicant disagrees with what your judgment is on this, they can appeal that to council. Correspondingly, if someone doesn't like that you've approved something, they can appeal to council and say, you know, BAR didn't follow its rules. So there is a mechanism in place within this process, and you all have been through it. So I just want to make sure everyone has clear out there that, yeah, the BAR has a role in this, but the decision on whether or not a building in the city of Charlottesville gets built within an ADC district is council in all decisions are appealable to council, and so just keep that in mind. So apologize for the injection there, but wanted to be clear with everybody.
With the shading studies, I would like to know what specific trees are affected and get a sort of a report from the tree people if this would affect their health and or kill any of these trees because of the height of this building and the shading that it's throwing.
Yeah, and about the shade studies, I actually find what you provided us very helpful. In one sense, it is helpful that it shows how much a step back actually helps. For example, the 6-story buildings that you're showing on the site, generally, even though it looks like the shadow's crossing the entire mall, knowing how shadows work, the treetops will probably still be in the sun. Now, I know that doesn't work when you have your 184-foot tall building right there, but I think some step backs might allow you to have your height, but still not completely shade out the downtown mall all times of the day. I guess to jump right into massing, I think you are going to need to have, we're going to have to require that 25-foot step back that we're allowed to require of you on the mall face. And maybe you go up 3 stories to match the height of the lowest portion of the code building. And I'm using stories in the sense of, council has limited us to stories in their condition, but they put on us for what we're allowed to regulate. But your stories are 24 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet. Those aren't stories. Those are double height stories. So I'm talking experientially. So I think limiting the mall front to about the height of what's currently on the mall, which is, I think, going up to the height of the lowest portion of the code building is still 3 very tall stories for you. Coming back 25 feet, maybe you pop up another 2 or 3 stories, then maybe you come back another 25 feet, maybe a little more, go as high as the zoning code will let you. I would like to see what that looks like in a shadow study, but I think that would go a long way to both making the perception on the mall feel like the tall portion of your building is a Water Street building versus a mall building.
Just so quick, sorry.
Mhm.
So you want essentially on that would be 50 feet deep on the main
At least,
street.
yeah.
I'm not even sure I'd have enough for core and anything left, but I'll look at it.
You have, if I measured on GIS correctly, you've got 160 feet from the mall to the Waterbird property. So I'm taking 25 off first, and that gets you 155 feet, or 135 feet. Another 25 off of that gets you 110-foot long building. And that's to Waterbird. You still have another chunk that sticks out towards Water Street. I understand that's really cutting a huge, third off of your building.
Yeah.
But
I don't think the economics. I'll take a look at it, but I think just again we're talking open shop. It's like if the economics don't work, it doesn't really matter what we discuss as far as the design, because we just won't have enough. And also, as you know, your greatest value is in the air, so the more you cut back and you leave just a smaller portion in the air, you're not getting enough economies of scale for the height that you're paying for in vertical construction.
And this is where I think we need to listen to what Councilor Payne said, and the BAR and the council needs to have a discussion, probably with, not just our 2 parties, but others as well, to figure out, all right, what does the city want? I personally, to me, density downtown does not necessarily mean density right up on Main Street. It could mean density on the 2 parking lots on Water Street, or we have another parking lot that Woodard owns on Market Street. There's various locations that are downtown that would greatly increase the number of people downtown that aren't necessarily right on the mall. So, yeah, I guess this is what I think you would need to do to satisfy preserving the mall. At least that's my opinion of how, or my reading of how this would work. I don't know what others are going to say. Yeah, I do think I think that you're going to need to use we're going to have to impose the step backs on you that we've been allowed to impose.
And you're thinking two.
Hmm?
You're thinking two.
Yes, yeah.
Because there's no limit as to how many you can ask for in the code, so.
I'm thinking you need to come back a good 50, at least 50, if not more feet before you go up the height that you think you can get with the zoning code. That's somewhat arbitrary, and that's, again, I think your shadow studies are really helpful, and I think seeing more of that would be helpful. Yeah, I'm going to stop there.
No, I mean, I think you echoed a lot of what I was trying to say. You know, when I mentioned the 2 stories, I think I was meaning on the downtown mall side and not really going much higher at that street face. Totally agree with you that there are plenty of other places to go really big downtown that aren't right up on the mall. So, I echo Carl's sentiments as well.
I'd like to point out a different issue, and I don't know where it is exactly in the drawings. I don't have my computer in front of me, but in some of the sections, you had like you had your kind of bottom retail, and you had your midsection that was somewhat dedicated to parking.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I would be, concerned about that. Like that to me seems like a use or a formulation of a building. While it works okay down to 32 or 323 over on Water Street, it doesn't seem applicable. This is one of those situations where, given where we are, given where your location is, even though it's just 2 blocks away, it's a completely different, a different scenario.
I respect it, but I'm sorry, just going back to what Jeff Werner said, the purview of the BAR is not to look inside the building, so.
That's true.
It doesn't matter whether it's 1 story or, it can't be more than 13 stories, but it doesn't matter how high a story is. So that elevation probably shouldn't be in there, because I don't even know the context of what would be in that 184, 134 feet. It could be, as long as it complies with the use code, it could be one enormous parking machine, but.
That's true, but then
yes,
again,
I mean,
the reality is that when you drive by the 323 and you look at that facade, that's parking in there. There's a direct exterior effect of the function sometimes that happens.
Yeah, you wouldn't have the new facades these days, you can't tell whether it's parking or just curtain wall to the way it's vented and everything. It's not like the old where you see like bumpers or anything. I have images that I can bring. So to the pedestrian, you wouldn't have any idea. But again,
Well, I would actually maybe disagree with that. Depending on how there's a good chance that it could affect the exterior. I think the other issue there is just the traffic circulation. That's a tight site. And so then I'd start to consider how all the traffic starts to influence, the surroundings. That's in our purview as well. So I think it's
traffic's in your purview, Jeff?
Well, where things come in and out of.
yeah, the street development, the streetscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So
Right.
you're right, it's not, the interior is not, but it's something to consider, especially in this particular case, just given the effects on the outside.
Just to clarify, it's not in the BAR's purview to say, oh, that's going to put 100 cars on Second Street, but it is within your purview, that streetscape and that sort of where are things going in and out of that building. So it's traffic related, but it's not evaluating traffic.
Correct.
I look at more that's ingress, egress versus actual
Exactly.
traffic
Exactly.
and the landscaping around
were you going down under this building?
One level, yeah.
Just one?
That's fine.
Is it possible to do more?
Not really with the soil conditions. There's rock, it gets extremely expensive. It's all prohibitively expensive. I studied that for 218, actually.
So it's better at 218? I mean, you're.
No, it's the same. It's like you can't go 2 stories. I mean, I looked at it, you could maybe get like a story and a half and do, but you really can't. The code had it also, that in the way that it's situated is you can't demo, you have to like chip it away.
You're gonna blast. Probably get blast down.
You can't get both down. So it's not, it's a no. I mean, it's a,
Okay.
it's a practical no.
Right.
We have several online comments,
Oh.
one from Mr. Dexter and another from a member, I'm
Great.
sorry,
Are they raising their hand to speak?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
I still have a comment from Missy Creasy. She just popped in. Make sure to speak up loud, clearly. She's having a hard time hearing on the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucy.
Yeah, I think actually, Jeff, if you wouldn't mind stepping up, that'd be great. That's part of it.
Stand there.
Well,
Yeah, you can take the microphone if that's helpful, but that microphone is, the reason we ask people to use the microphone is so that people online can hear. So who's the other person? Sorry. Beside, Breck, we'll get back to you in a second. Who's the other person? Mr. Vandesumple, would you like to speak, please? Or Mrs.? Sorry. Mo?
It is Mr. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. So, I guess I can't find a way to turn my camera on. I read a few of them again. I'm just a member of the public on this, and it's possible that I'm missing out on authorities that you do or don't have. However, I kind of feel that you're missing like fundamental information here that I do think could be provided by Mr. Levine, which is simply what the counterfactual is. If your role as a body is to try to figure out what maximizes the aesthetic appeal of the mall and what doesn't fit within the aesthetic purview of the mall, if the counterfactual for this site is that we have a boarded up one-story used to be movie theater, then frankly, I think we should be on our hands and knees begging Mr. Levine to build anything here that might inject some more life. But if the alternative is not that, if the current layout of it is economically feasible and could retain in the long run, that seems like an entirely different story, and that this entire debate is sort of fundamentally built on whether this what the counterfactual is. And I think without information on what that would be, whether, for example, a movie theater, but maybe more importantly, whether a two-story building, which is currently what we have there, is long-term economically viable, that seems like a much more relevant question here. And I frankly don't see how you can really have any of the discussions you've been having until you know what the counterfactual is to this. And that's really the only point I wanted to make. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Breck, would you like to speak?
Sure, I'll be brief. Is my audio, seems like somebody has an extra audio on or something. Anyway, this is perhaps, since my vote doesn't count tonight and I don't count towards quorum, I'll make a comment as a Charlottesville citizen.
So we're not voting, Breck. So
yeah, no, I know. I'm saying since I don't count towards quorum anyway tonight, I'll make a comment based on me being a citizen and not a member of the BAR. I would just suggest to the city to be very, if they are looking to grant particular bonuses based on affordable housing, I just will be very skeptical of affordable housing being truly affordable in probably one of the highest valued sites in the entire city. I don't particularly, I'm not afraid of the height architecturally, but I do think that that's a very big bonus, and I'm skeptical of that claim.
Thank you, Mr. Gastinger. Not representing the VAR.
I've got just a brief comment. I agree with a lot of my colleagues about the step backs, especially on Main Street, on the mall. But I think I also want you to concentrate on the pedestrian experience on Second Street, because I think that is a really important, also important extension of the mall in a lot of ways. And I just don't want that to have sort of second fiddle.
I actually agree. That's a major connector from the mall to what's building up, where I feel you think about urban planning and how a block is not a block everywhere, like it's what you experience. That Apex Energy is essentially, it should be connected to the mall, but it's so far it's not. But Second Street connecting it would help a lot of those areas kind of collectively come together, which is also why I think we need housing on the mall, because it takes away from cars. It allows people to walk to the Apex to 323. We don't have that opportunity now, so I'm with you.
I have a question for you. In some of the subsequent shadow studies you sent, there was, you showed a 6-story building option. Is that something you're considering, or is that just for illustrative purposes?
No, I don't think the economics work for a 6-story building. I was just using, unless it's maybe a hotel, like that's, I don't want to get, but I was just saying that's if the BAR had a vision that contextually that's what it should be, a 6-story building, I wanted to point out that the shadows are not that different. But I understand I have to study more hours of the day and different angles, and we will provide all that, which is important to our architecture anyway, but that's why I did it.
Thanks.
Going back to an earlier point where Ms. Lewis made about the demolition, I'm trying to get a sense of, do most of the folks here think that it would get a demolition COA at this table? We're not supposed to reach consensus, but I think it would be helpful to let Mr. Levine know what the thinking is in that regard, at least as a preliminary matter.
Yeah, I don't see any real historic value to what's there right now.
I would hate to allow the demolition if we are going to put conditions on that he would then say that he would not build. And we would then end up with a hole in the ground. And so I think we need to think through the whole process.
Yeah, that gets back to that same age-old question, because we don't want to end up with a parking lot.
Can I just, I think we've done that, I think we've done that before, because I'm really respectful of it. I think we've tied the demo to a building permit. It's not just to demolish it.
Yeah.
First of all, that offends me also but we can work that out. It's not, and also I do want to point out to Ms. Lewis that as I've done in the past, I will completely give a full COA of answering all those questions, and I believe like those will be answered and those will be satisfied. It was a lot of work for this preliminary conversation, and you're not voting on anything, so, but I understand that.
I would observe that you didn't address it, but I'd also observe that even after I bored everybody with reading all the criteria, there wasn't much discussion. In fact, Mr. Bailey said, and I'm not scolding anybody, I'm just saying I think everybody's in agreement that they would demolish. I think that's why we've had no discussion on it.
I tend to agree with Carl and Roger that there's little left there that's of architectural significance in terms of the historic structure. You could argue there's a brick wall.
Can I just talk like an architect for a moment, which I'm not, but just say that there is an argument for sustainability, that you're taking down not a perfectly good building, not a perfectly historic building, but a building that exists on the mall, and to just demolish it, you know, I think it's worth having a conversation.
And Ms. Keller actually raised that same point
Yeah.
in her
Right.
email earlier today, that sort of is against the city's sustainability goals.
Which are not part of our purview?
I think it's our purview to take into account the city's
Yeah.
comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I could provide is probably a balance of the benefits to carbon footprint and sustainability by building a new building and what it would do for the environment versus having that building, if that helps make the decision just even clearer, because I think on the law, and also with the city's, I believe, approach for the 2030 goal, having these projects lends itself more to that than having old buildings that are less efficient. But I respect that, yeah.
You have another comment online? Who is it? Mr. Parisi, would you like to speak, please?
Hey, thanks. My name is Mike Parisi. I live at 932 Charlton Avenue. I'm looking at a view on Google Maps on the mall, street view more or less, from Miller's. No one's talking about the effect that the trees would have on the visibility of the building. From here, when the trees are leafed out, you're not really going to notice the building as much. I bring this up just because I'm hearing a lot of critiques or observations about the building from a point of view of aesthetics and experience of the mall, but not about our housing crisis. I would really encourage you to think about this project from that point of view if you're going to take into account the comprehensive plan and things that might be technically outside of your purview. Sustainability-wise, the most sustainable kind of building for people to live in is an apartment building. This would make a lot more of those units possible. So I would just encourage you going forward to kind of look at this at a different lens, not entirely in opposition, but in addition to the lenses I'm hearing so far. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Ready?
I have a general question for all of us. This plan is in front of the court, and it's possible that the zoning thing could be thrown out. Is this going to change what we as the bar are going to deal with?
When you say this plan, do you mean this particular?
The zoning code.
I would answer it this way. What primarily we want to get out of this sort of discussion is what information would you all need to evaluate a project? And so, and it's, you know, whether it's a 2-foot tall building or a 200-foot tall building. So there's some general things that I think that are germane. I don't want to say regardless, I don't like that word, but if something changed in the ordinance, there are parts of this discussion that are still valid and helpful. So, but that would be one of those, I don't know answers, and we would have to respond accordingly. I did want to offer that, and a mentor of mine, and Sally Thomas, was on the Board of Supervisors forever, used to tell me, Jeff, you were really good at your job when I worked at another place, because I always reminded the county and city of what their comprehensive plan said. And I've had a lot of folks point out to me, you know, the BAR needs to follow the comprehensive plan and the city's policy, and I agree with that. And I'm, as a city resident, I agree with that. But the comprehensive plan also speaks to, you know, as far as your direction on the BAR, for example, their Goal 6 refers to the downtown mall about it's a vibrant historic district and study how the downtown mall can be more welcoming and inclusive for people. So that's in there, but they're also recognizing it as a historic central place. There are references to the mall as a cultural landscape. There are also references to the downtown, the zoning, specifically in the downtown core. It refers to the form in the downtown core, a primary central mixed use activity hub for the city. The form should be compatible with and respond to the existing urban scale and historic civic context. That's in the comprehensive plan. So I agree that there are elements of the comprehensive plan. Yes, that's the city's policy, but there's a broad range of things in here which are instructive to the BAR. So I just want to keep that in mind. I'm not speaking against or for anything, and just saying that, yeah, that appreciate that person's reference to the comprehensive plan. And there are instructions in there for the BAR to follow relative to development on the downtown mall.
Yeah.
I've got a question for the applicant. Are you doing any sort of commercial use on the ground floor, or is it completely like walk in, walk up?
No,
On the coffee shop or anything?
Well, definitely on the mall side, there'll be retail to continue that, and there'll be lobby. As far as the exact programming, I don't know, but it's important to have activity and a retail experience on the mall.
I mean, I think that's part of what Jeff was saying. One of the things that we look at, I'm just thinking of other buildings, certainly when maybe this was a department store, I don't know if there was activity in front of it, but it's that movie theater for the last 25 years has been a place where people gather all the time. They meet each other. They're lingering after that and deciding where they're going to dinner afterwards. And it does really provide a lot of vibrancy at the end of that mall, along with, other amenities there. But there is a livelihood of kind of pedestrian activity and use, a real use that would be lost if people are just walking in a front door and going up an elevator. So that's why I asked.
Yeah.
It makes a difference to me.
Yeah.
You're just not providing a penthouse where people head in and there's no activity on the street level, and we lose 100 feet on the mall to,
Right.
maybe pretty architecture, but not really street engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just speaks to the character of the downtown mall. Is
Yeah.
that there's retail and commercial front on the ground floor level.
But it'd be wonderful to have, that kind of, that sort of ratio of mixed use where it's commercial on the first floor and just all residential up. I mean, I don't think anybody here disagrees with the need for housing and affordable housing, and it being.
I mean, heck, to your point of the tall, a theater could go back in. There's no preclusion of that. If the economics work, again, we have to acknowledge that a theater is selling the building, and I didn't approach them. The theater operator who operated a theater for a very long time here decided to sell their property.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there's someone operating there under a lease short-term is a completely different, so that should tell us something about that. I want to, so we're all, what I'm really trying to get to is an envelope. The stuff you're talking about, the retail and the stuff on Second Street is that, and I've talked to James about this, one of the challenges is I thought we were going for kind of a form-based code to understand what is as of right. So people like me could do our job and come back to you with the design aesthetics and talk about all the things that we talk about, but I don't even know the envelope I'm allowed to build because of this permission to change step backs and height. And so that's the guidance. And a lot of what you're talking about, if I may, Carl, is, we're trying to decide where the DX zone should be or not, but the city council went through a thorough review and decided that all these sites are DX, meaning they can be 184 feet. We can have a conversation, and Councilor Payne brought it up about all these things we want to discuss, but right now, we're acting under a code that spent a lot of time that says this area around here within a certain, is a DX zone of 184 feet. That's the rules right now. The exception to the rule is that you have the power to reduce that, and I respect that. I just trying to get to the point of what that means, because it's either going to mean a project's viable and we can activate this mall and change a lot of things holistically about this mall, not just bringing people, but again, I spoke to the police chief. I mean, bringing people and these types of projects to the mall changes the entire sense and feeling of the mall. So that's, and I'm open to, I mean, if we could do a 100-foot step, we could do whatever. I'm just trying to understand what are the rules so I can go, and that's what's been really frustrating in this city for a long time, as to, you know, if you told me I need 6 things of cheese on a burger, then at least I know that's what I do. I have to provide cheeseburger with 6 things of cheese. I just don't know here, and there's a lot. I'm taking, also you have to understand, even if you bless the envelope, the risk I'm taking with going through and still working through the whole design process with you is an incredible amount of risk as far as materials and retail and stuff. But that I've gone through, and I've had success working with you doing that. I just need a jumping off point, and that's why I'm here having the discussion.
Can I reply? The reason why I asked about commercial activity was that makes a difference to me. If you're saying that you're putting a Park Avenue penthouse there with a security guard out front and there's no activity on the downtown mall, I'm probably going to want to step you back a little bit. And I probably will want to step you down 2 stories. I'll be honest. I mean, this is the purview that we have. This is why the guidelines are there. And that's why I brought it up. I mean, you're coming back and saying, what are you going to give me? I'm like, what are you going to negotiate and give me? This is the beginning of our conversation, Mr. Levine.
Yeah. I wasn't saying, what are you going to give
My
me?
conversation about what you're putting on your first floor was not irrelevant. It was absolutely geared towards, what are you going to give us? What are you going to give the city? What's your public necessity? What's your public purpose with this building?
Yeah.
And we know it's going to be partly affordable, and I'm certain better minds than us will determine whether the units you're building are affordable.
Well, that's already,
in our
I was going to
market
say,
rate.
that's
You know,
already
but-
that's already written in stone of what it has to be,
Yeah,
a certain AMI, so
absolutely.
it will be
But
affordable.
the rest of it, we do
Right.
have a purview over.
Right,
And
right.
certainly how this big building interacts and impacts our downtown mall, that is our purview. And that's why I asked that question.
Right.
It wasn't just like.
No, I wasn't.
Because we're not going to make we're not going to make a decision about the things that we have a little bit of purview over without knowing more about the building and what your plans are for it.
Right.
I mean, you've given us massing, but
Well, we're going down a slippery slope, because then we should also discuss the economic development benefits of having a project like this, because what you're getting into is the activation on the street and how that affects how you'd vote for height, and what quote I'm bringing you, although I'm not bringing, it's just what we're all collectively bringing to the city. So we could talk about taxes, we could talk about money spent on the mall, we could talk about jobs that are created. So we're going all over the place, and all I was saying is the envelope, trying to set an envelope so we at least know what we're building in the city.
I think what I'm kind of, to summarize a little bit of what I've heard this evening is, just to kind of hit some major points. I think there's a general feeling that demolition of the existing structure would be allowed. Again, you'd have to provide the proof of the benefit to do that, and the reasoning why we should allow it. I think, as some of us have summarized, I think stepping back is something we should explore, especially on the Main Street downtown mall facade. I would argue also on 2nd Street, at least, maybe a quarter of the way up the block or something like that, so that, the kind of the angle, the corner of the building, is stepping back. I think that the facade on the downtown mall needs to be maintained at a human scale, similar to the rest of the downtown mall is currently. I think that, I don't know if you got a copy of Ms. Keller's email. We can certainly send that to you as well. But like, she did make some points that resonated with me, that sort of as you work your way up towards Water Street, the building can work its way up as well. And I think that that makes a lot of sense. You know, those types of things I'm hoping are helpful feedback.
They are.
you
They
know?
are. Excuse me.
I mean, I'll agree with Ms. Lewis that commercial activity on the ground floor is something that's commonplace up and down the downtown mall. That's beneficial. I agree with Mr. Bailey that getting people living downtown and on the downtown mall is absolutely critical. I think that your point that it brings vibrancy back to the downtown mall, and this is sort of a first step, would be very beneficial. I've talked to a lot of people who are like, I don't want to bring my kids to the downtown mall anymore, right? Because there's, quite frankly, people sleeping down here, and I don't want to get all into that, but like, having people live down here forces vibrancy and forces safety and security. So, you know, I do support trying to get people downtown. I hope I've summarized some of our main points well.
Engagement with Second Street.
Yes.
And Water Street. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of amazing, you're on 3 major streets and, you know, one of only 2 vehicular crossways.
Yeah.
I use it, I mean, I just used it twice this morning.
Yeah.
I think the other main point we talked about was the shading study, looking at that all throughout the day and also all throughout all 4 seasons. Still got 4 seasons. And see what impact that has on the trees. You know, one of the callers called in and said, well, the trees help block the building, the view of the building. Well, until you kill the trees, they do, right? So, like, let's hopefully work around that. The trees are an important part. We've had a major tree study that was done in downtown mall. Part of that plan, the long-term plan, is to actively and thoughtfully remove trees and replant them, right? So that we don't end up with trees that get so big and then they just start dying and there's no replacements. So I think thoughtfully doing that is important, and making sure that young trees have a chance to grow up and get above any sort of shade line is important. And I think just, you know, and Councilor Payne mentioned this last night, that the downtown mall's been here for close to 50 years. Right, there's very few places in the country where pedestrian malls have been that successful, and I think that's a sign that we're doing something right, you know, and so that it also means that as we move forward and in this process, we should do so thoughtfully and carefully, and that we have a responsibility as stewards of this place to pass it down to the next generation, so they can maintain that the culture that we've developed here. So. But I think growth is a part of that, and I think it's valuable to partner with people like yourself in doing that. So.
That's one of the first words I use, responsibility, and it's a great responsibility to work on this site and an opportunity, so I understand that wholeheartedly.
I think one other item just to add to your list is that I didn't sense a lot of resistance to the height limits. I think there were a number of people that, you know, if used appropriately and sensitively, you know, I think that we all understand that density is a good thing. It's just that, and I also understand, you know, the frustrations, or I don't know what you would call it, but the lack of a clear recipe. I mean, you know, we all understand that, that sometimes there's contradictory information coming out of some, you know, the boards, but I think that this particular site is complicated, you know, and I think it is really important to, you know, if we were looking at this over two blocks over, it'd be a little bit more clear cut. We wouldn't get some of these vagaries, you know, in gray areas. You probably wouldn't get as many contradictory statements. And so I think it's just important to keep in mind that just like across the way in the site that we were looking at, you know, right directly before, these are pretty important locations, and that's why we're going to look at them really closely, and we're not, you know, going to pull any punches. So we feel pretty, you know, when we feel strongly about the result of a design or a massing or whatever it is, you know, we're going to speak up.
Any other final thoughts?
Just for ourselves, Sherry, I don't think you meant it this way, but I don't think we should be saying, what are you going to give us? The planning commission can't even ask for that. So we're not getting proffers, but it's just being careful with that. That's not what we mean.
And more things that we don't know yet
Right.
about it. That, besides, I mean, I understand you wanted to just show us massing and show, here's what I could do, the maximum, here's the step backs, here's I mean, I appreciate as a first meeting, this is important, but there is discretion in what we can do here.
Right, but
And
just
factors
the
that
wording
the
was just
applicant-
saying that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
factors that the applicant brings to us would tend to sway us with those, because we do have that little bit of discretion still left in the zoning code.
So, Mr. Levine, I hope this has been helpful.
It has.
It's been a robust.
I hope it's been helpful for all of us, because I think we're all going into, like, uncharted. I think the city did a phenomenal thing. It took a wide shot at zoning. The question is, can we put it into practice? Because it's theoretical, doesn't mean anything to anybody. I build buildings for a living, so I'm the one who's supposed to act within these things, and you control the design, so you're supposed to, so we all have our roles. Just trying to get those laid out so either something can happen or not. I think the mall's at a huge inflection point. I think it has been more successful. I think it's a jewel. I think it's something that people kill to have in other cities because of its authenticity. But the way the city has originally zoned, where you see development going up 29 and our downtowns becoming more Stonefield and I'll call it Disneyland of downtowns, this is the time. And I don't think we want to wake up 3 to 5 years later and say we should have done something, or because, as I said to every counselor and James, if we got this exactly right today, we won't see a unit for like 3 years by the time we go through all the construction. So I don't think we have that time to wait. And that's my little glory, glory, hallelujah speech, but it's meaningful to me. So I thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And in fairness, again, Jeff and I have talked, we've worked on quite a few things since I've been on the BAR. This is on me and my colleagues. We've got in City Hall, and I know, you all are volunteers appointed to a board and to given a task to review the guidelines, not figure out how to make the wheels of government move. So but I realize the burden on me to figure out how to keep this process moving for Jeff. So and I'll do what I can. And I appreciate your comments tonight. I do think you've offered some direction that allows some continued dialogue on the design. And I think, as we have with other projects, I've always welcomed an applicant, if they've got questions, come to the BAR, and we don't want to go on forever with preliminary discussion, but I think it's a worthwhile process, and I apologize for volunteering your time, but if it keeps a project moving forward,
it was going to happen someday. Why not tonight?
All right. So
we're going to have to talk about this sometime.
With that, Jeff, thanks. Thank you. We got a couple quick things I've got to bounce off you. One, I shared in the packet, there is a National Register nomination for a house over on Fendel Avenue. We do not have to comment, but we were asked to by the Department of Historic Resources. We certainly can. I think primarily if someone has objections to it, but it does not hurt to have a recommendation from the local BAR. But the letter I wrote is drafted is rather short and to the point, but I leave that to you all if you.
I didn't have a chance to read it all the way through. Is it designated at the local level at all? Is it an IPP or anything?
Oh, it certainly could be.
Is it a rugby
It's
district or no?
It's not designated, no.
Okay. Just curious.
So I suspect there's some tax credit work coming, something like that.
Right.
But,
Sorry, I have to dismiss myself.
Yeah.
You gotta go?
I gotta go. daughter's in town for one night only.
Oh, my goodness.
He didn't
She
bring
didn't wanna
mine?
come to the BAR meeting?
She might be watching.
Anyway, all right, thank you,
All right,
Roger.
Roger.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
I was just curious on that. Is it nominated because it's in vintage shape, for lack of a better word, and also because of Milton Grove? Are those the two kind of prongs?
I glanced at it and essentially, I did not read the whole thing. What I gathered was it was an example of his early residential architecture within the first 5 years, et cetera, et cetera. I would just read the nomination. I didn't read it all the way word for
I
word.
did
You
read
did?
it. I'm just asking Jeff. That was my question. Why this house? Why?
I think it's association with the architect. It's certainly, it's an interesting house. It is, I think, a compelling argument that it is his early work. You often see what someone finished at the end of their career. So in that regard, I think it would be, I would certainly encourage it if DHR asked me. But as I said, it's not, you all are not obligated to respond. And if you haven't read it, I don't want to, we don't need to do anything perfunctory. It's if you didn't get to it, didn't get to it. Because I have some other questions I need to ask you. Fair enough.
I don't think if anybody has any major objections, we should hold that up. Just let DHR do their thing.
All I wanted to, why is this? So James, and I know it's late, everybody, we touched briefly about what happened last night.
Yeah, I think we talked about it in the pre-meeting, just for those, if anybody's listening online, and Breck, you weren't here, we can fill you in, Breck. For the cafe spaces, I know one of our city councilors still here. Essentially, it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, if that y'all are going to, you're basically going to defer it to hopefully 2 weeks out, and potentially also maybe have, set up a meeting and discussion with staff and or BAR on the cafe spaces. Would you like to speak to that?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
For the cafe spaces, just Jeff had on the agenda an update for the rest of us. I know Jeff and I were there last night, but since Breck's on Zoom, y'all's next step is you're essentially deferring your vote for 2 weeks so that you guys can discuss, or potentially a month based on the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah, we're gonna kind of get together amongst ourselves and have some internal conversations and chat with staff and kind of figure out like a resubmittal from our end of what we'd be interested in seeing, and I think go from there.
Okay.
We're interested in it being figured out as soon as possible.
Mhm.
So Sam gave us some leeway with time there, but I think we want to kind of knock it out sooner rather than later.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I had a meeting today with the city manager, assistant city manager and my boss, and Natalie will certainly get a follow-up on that, but just to try to think through a strategy for it. But to share with you all, some of the questions were, well, maybe have a conversation with the BAR, and I felt like you all had put in the work and sort of your guideline. I didn't want to put you all in a position of having to, you certainly can, but, and I don't know if it'll be in 2 weeks, it might be in 4 weeks. We'll have a conversation with council, but my goal, the primary goal is that we know the leases are renewed 1st of March, and we'd like to have something mid-January, so we're not catching anybody off guard. So we'll work on, that's in process.
That's appreciated. I think I would agree. I think we did put a lot of work into it, and they're just our recommendations. They're ultimately council's guidelines. So if you guys have revisions and you want to bounce them off us, we would certainly look at them and chime in. But I think it's also at your authority to just make revisions if you so fit or see fit.
Mm-hmm.
And so very quickly, we also have, I didn't know, 2024 BAR awards. If you guys want to start thinking about them, I'll have it on the agenda for
December, if you wish to do that. Mr. Gastinger is leaving us, so we need to fete him appropriately.
We also need a landscape architect to replace him.
Right, and we have not had it. He said he was working on it, but, and,
prodded folks a month or two ago.
yeah, so,
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a comment online. There's that. We've closed, yeah, we've closed the discussion on the 200 West Main, so I'm not sure if that's what it's about. Mr. Van de Sompel?
Yes, hello, thank you, sorry. It is not about that anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
I just wanted to flag, especially since we currently still have people of BAR and of council in the building. I personally thought that it was possibly a slight oversight that these same standards that are being applied to businesses on the downtown mall in these cafe standards would also be applied to the places on the corner. Based on my assessment of that map, it looked like it was just Bodo's, the Virginian, and Trinity, at least as the current tenants are. It seems unlikely to me that the aesthetics demands on the mall are identical to the aesthetic demands of places on the corner, and I think that it might be at least worth considering alternative standards for those two groups. I recognize that you had most of your work sessions on this in the past, but I only became aware of it recently, and I thought it might be at least worth mentioning. Thank you.
No, I think that's a good point. I mean, I'd say 99% of our conversation was focused on the downtown mall. And I think it's a point well taken. It's tough to almost separate and have a whole nother section just for the corner, but I wonder if there's a path forward there. It's worth considering. I think that's a valid point. And maybe city council wants to actually
Yeah, we can
address
take that into consideration too in our revisions.
I think some of us did support either leaving them out or, I don't know.
I think we wanted
thought of
to
a
just-
second type of
Yeah, we were just
guidelines,
trying to
but yeah.
recognize the fact that there are city-owned cafe spaces that are leased on the corner.
within an ADC district, and then by the
Right.
chapter 28 of the city code, the cafe spaces within this public right-of-way require a COA. So it's not something you all, I mean, you can certainly modify. I would really prefer not to go, the guidelines, this was one of the, I got a lot of emails, people saying, oh, the BAR hates colors, the BAR doesn't want colors, and I don't know where any of that came from. But the truth is, we took a single page of guidelines that was rather rigid, and I think the result was something a lot more flexible and a lot more colorful. But I don't, it's gonna go to council and they can send it back, but we'll have that discussion. Let me get to the questions I have for you all. So,
Thanks.
Fraternity House on Madison Lane, you all are familiar with, I know James familiar with it. Over there, I don't know the house, I think it's Fiji or.
Yep.
They have the classic problem of a dirt yard, and at least they haven't asked for artificial grass. They've requested review of a hardscape terrace. This gets into one of those where I'd love to find a way to formally do it, but to nudge towards more administrative reviews of some things that are, not altering a historic building or a historic landscape. This almost falls within a fence, but it's late, and it may be an unfair question at this time, but
I'm pretty familiar with this property. I lived right next door to it for 2 years. And I will say the hedgerow that's in front of this property is, I gotta say, at least 10 to 12 feet tall. So it's pretty darn invisible from the street. You kind of have to basically stop at the sidewalk and look in to see this front yard. So I don't have any major objections other than, like, we would certainly
We just need to bring it to us.
read it.
okay.
I will say, the AstroTurf in front of the Beta House, looks like crap.
I was gonna say, at least it's not
It looked good
AstroTurf.
when it was put down.
Yeah.
Is recently it looks worse?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I forget when I walked by there, it's been some months now, but it was trampled and it looked like it had been, it was
Like you
well
thought,
worn.
like you thought it was gonna look.
Yes.
Wow. All right, well, all right.
Aren't there some other rules within the city about how much of your yard can be impervious?
There's,
Sounds like a zoning
oh
issue.
God, I have to check zoning, but I know you're taxed on it, impervious surface. I don't know whether they consider hard
A
packed clay.
terrace, yeah, a terrace could be pervious.
I'll take a look at that and I'll tell them to bring it forward with an application. That's
Text me on
fine.
my brick driveway.
This is one that's, with the
They use the
cafe,
aerial views.
cafe spaces being
trace.
germane. So this is Sky
Hard
Bar,
to
which
pencil.
has a leased space. Because of it being on an angle, and there was a deck there that rotted out, caused a lot of problems. They're gonna reconstruct it. My question to you, or I was more, of if you guys had any thought on that lower panel below.
What do we-
Lattice,
this is
solid, I trying to think of like what's, and I don't want to, like, I'm not worried about above, that's open railing and we would apply, but it's that, just some thoughts on what would we want underneath, is lattice okay? Is it solid okay? On wheels? Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember-
I like solid better than
Okay.
lattice.
I mean, the thing was to have it not become a dirt collector or a trash collector or something like that. So I just wanted to,
If it's open, you're just gonna see a bunch of people's butts.
and it's actually, the doors are operable. They want to elevate it a little bit more so that it's level with the,
Who's bringing this
What do
to
they have?
us?
They have 5 tables or something behind it?
yeah, it's, but it's like, I just wanted to get it open
Are they
again.
ask-
Is
are they
this
asking
gonna
for
come to us
administrative?
with a COA?
That's what I want to, it's a cafe space where.
Is
we
it
could-
Ally who's presenting?
Time out. Time out. This is a cafe space on the downtown mall.
Right, which,
I think they should bring it to us maybe in January so that we can hopefully have our revised guidelines approved by city council and then use those to judge
well,
this thing.
that's fine. I'll work with them on it, but that, the input is helpful, so that's at least on.
Because I think our revised cafe guidelines would discourage a solid panel all the way across
The
there.
building is empty.
No, underneath that skirt board.
Oh.
I just
What am
was
I
like.
looking at then?
No, it's the yeah.
Like,
What is that?
that's what's there now, that's.
Right, they took it down.
I'm just trying to show the elevation. So they're gonna be building something like this, so it's
Okay.
that skirt board, and I was just sort of torn on.
I think the skirt board works, but
Is this through the windows?
bring,
That's
I don't-
high level
Did you do that?
renderings.
Or did the applicant do that? I'm confused
They
about the.
did that. So it's these four
Why is it this on a,
windows right there. They're actually operable doors.
I'm sorry.
And there's a cafe space
can't
there
judge
that
this.
rotted out.
I don't know what I'm
I don't
looking at.
even know what we're looking at.
All
I
right,
thought
we're-
we were talking about the Sky Bar at first.
It is the Sky Bar, whatever this place,
This
that's what I call
the
it.
Sky Bar is upstairs.
All
Sky
right,
Bar's
well, my apologies.
upstairs.
The building that has
I
underneath
figured
the
out
Sky
where it
Bar.
is. I just-
So
It-
these
it was called
windows,
Commonwealth.
right.
Yeah.
And it's.
Sky Bar's not been
and then
open
it
for
was
8 years.
Passiflora.
It was,
Yeah.
Past
So,
the floor.
I-
Flora.
I think this should come before the BAR.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Please.
I just was a little,
All right.
I wanted some thought on some,
If it's
Some
open, stuff is gonna get pushed
7:30
under
thought.
there, the rats are gonna go under there, it's,
We don't
I
give out
understand what
free
you're saying, yeah.
freebies.
look, I can just.
It's 10
wing all
o'clock
it.
at night. I don't think we should be
Then
giving
I tell you what,
free
you
advice.
know, I
just wants
get
to-
calls from people, and I apologize for the hour, but I'm trying to just, this is my opportunity to ask you guys some questions.
Only 10.
I have a feeling
I'm gonna go
most of
in
us
2
knew this
hours.
evening would probably go longer.
All right, we'll deal with these next month.
No,
No,
I was
I'm
just
sorry,
Just
I'm
do
not,
it.
you guys wish to wrap
Please,
up, let's
let's
wrap
just
up.
do this.
No, you wrap up. I gotta go.
No, I just said
I mean,
that,
just-
I guess I don't know what's being proposed. I don't know what the materials are. I don't know who's asking. I think we're without a lot of information I mean, I complained about the hour, but mostly I don't even know We couldn't, half of us couldn't tell what the illustration was, whether it pertained to the lower cafe or the actual Sky Bar. I didn't,
It's okay. I can.
Now we're going to deal with it next month. All right.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Well, before that, could I probe the panel here if they would like to have Christmas cheer at the Bailey Friedman House after the next meeting, which will hopefully be short.
and not 10 o'clock.
And not 10 o'clock like last year. Is there any interest in that?
All in favor?
Aye. Just tell us what we can
Okay.
bring.
That's the 17th?
That would be the 17th, immediately after the meeting at our house,
After a very brief meeting.
after a very
We'll
brief,
do our
very
best.
focused
Very
meeting.
focused, no
With-
rambling.
And of course,
No
no children allowed, but you can bring your significant others.
And I would like to also thank Carl and Sherry for having read through the minutes and the other stuff and brought items to everybody's attention before the meeting so that it helps
Yep.
move things along as we get into this.
All right, so
And to
it's
Dave
agreed
for
then.
bringing-
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ron.
Yay,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you, Ron. Should we just hit the next? I mean, there are only three.
Yeah, I
Two or
think,
three more. We're here.
I'm happy to. Jeff, my comment was, at least I anticipated this evening to be a long evening, so I was prepared to stay late.
Me too.
And we are. So, yeah, I think you can touch on these few things. It's no problem. We're happy with that. I think that last particular one, the image was just very confusing.
Right, and
That's all.
In all due respect, and I don't like to use that phrase, I was trying to explain it. But what I try to take advantage of with you all is access to, I get a lot of questions.
Sure.
I get a lot.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's, a lot of them I can solve, but sometimes I just need a little bit of input.
Sure.
And I think that I've always, and I think taking heart to what Sherry's often said is, let's not do things by email. That does
Yeah,
get.
you've got us here. We're all dedicated to one Tuesday a month at least. So, and I think you're right too. If there's some simple things you can kind of take our temperature on, and it helps an applicant prepare a better application, that pays itself forward. So.
I just feel like that space, I happen to know, has been empty for a very, 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 very long time.
Yes,
And
unfortunately.
if this is Ally or a prospective tenant, they can just, they could just come before us, quickly.
just
It doesn't
lift
have
the
to be a
blind and look out the
COA.
window
It
and
can
see
just
it,
be, yeah. And then we can say, yeah,
So what's the fence at First Pres daycare?
First Pres, they want to build a fence along that, the Maple Street and 8th Street corner. And it would be a metal fence, something similar to what's been,
there's currently like a railing.
like a brick, there's that brick wall.
There's
that
a
goes out
brick
the
wall,
corner
it's a
stop.
big retaining wall, but I think there's a little railing on the top too. But it's only like, whatever, 2 feet. It's not very, do you have a picture? Did they send you one?
They don't have a design yet, and it's where,
Is it basically to keep people out from intruding or?
no, they want to enclose the little kids running around. So it's that.
It is enclosed.
It is, they want to extend that, no, I'm not sure. They want to extend,
Do they want to extend it to 7th Street, maybe?
I don't know why it's not sure.
Well, I think we've got design guidelines
Because there's already,
for
there's a
fences.
playground down there, and there has been for
Right.
like 30
Right, yeah,
years.
It's pulling that playground out to that, all the way out to the sidewalk.
Okay.
And it's, I don't seem to be,
Well, I think my initial reaction was, if we've got design guidelines for fences.
right, so I feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
Okaying it, and I just, learned a lesson on the last project we had, so, that I was.
Fair enough.
Just informing you.
Fair enough.
That I was going to do this. This was one it's just the 4th Street going through, and, the owner of the building would like to enclose, or to install a door there. This has become you get a lot of issues on the mall. People, this has become someone's camp. And so I said that, I think that I don't have a problem with it. I said I would ask the BAR, it's not something I'd necessarily admin review, but it would be like, is this something that, because they've also got the other opening up there, you could conceivably see that coming. Is it something that would, a solid door, a gate?
My first thought is that if that's an egress door, then make a door to cover that line that is missing out of the sidewalk.
Okay, good point.
It might be a smack some of the face type thing, depending on how often it's used. If it's just in the fire alarms room, it's one thing, but you don't have to be
I would say the sidewalk is super wide there. I don't know why, but, I mean, the picture makes it look wider than, but it's not just 2 or 3 feet.
Whose building is it?
I think it's a building code thing, but I honestly don't know. Doors way over at, what's in the public right of way?
Well, that's in capsules.
You wouldn't, yeah, I mean, you could potentially recess it. I mean, a gate, you could at least be able to see on both sides.
That's a good idea. Just, I mean, a bar gate that you can see through, to keep someone from occupying that space, but.
I mean, I have enough trouble with the Marriott in West Main has sliding doors, and people just walk right out, and I've hit people so many times as I'm walking down the sidewalk.
I rarely see people coming out that door.
Oh, I
I'm just
do.
not
The
lucky.
second one?
You do?
Yeah. Yes, all the time.
I
Um,
think,
I
think it
think,
is secret.
although, I guess, if whoever, whatever, I thought it was Red Light, but I don't think they're there anymore. But there are a lot of people that go in there in the morning that work there. Anyway.
all right, I'll check on the egress thing. Well, I think we had a question before that went to the building code official about, but, all right.
Is
That's
that
all.
it? You just need, the last one was BAR awards. Do you mind circulating like the past couple years to give us a tickler on what the categories are
sure.
and stuff like that?
And, we haven't, last year we didn't do anything, and we're not obligated to. It's an opportunity if you wanted to, so I just wanted to put that out there to think about it.
I think it's fun.
And,
It'd be helpful to have sort of a highlight reel of what's happened in the last year.
yeah, so
Or two.
typically it's been, if something, exceptional new design, something that's really been an amazing restoration project. We've even, Sherry suggested something a few years ago, awarding Mary Joy Scala for her prior work. So there are,
It's not ripe to award it yet, but I would say next year, the courthouse project is really phenomenal. I mean, it really is. I don't often see things on this board that are built exactly like we asked for them. But it's a really, and they've had to shoehorn that project in, and they knocked my power out yesterday, and I got sparks and a flame from a transformer, but it's been really interesting to see it.
I will say, I feel like the building itself and the portico are much further forward than I guess I had imagined.
Oh, see, I was thinking they're more recessed.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was a much bigger courtyard.
Anyway, I think it's going to be, I mean, new courthouses don't get built very often, guys. We're kind of lucky for this project, just in that, finally the city and the county were able to pull their S together and get this done. And I think it's going to be an attribute, to the Courts Court area, but it's not done yet, so I don't know if we can name it.
yeah, I agree.
There's another project downtown. I mean, I don't want to delay everybody, but there's one I'll just send around by email that I think Jeff said that it didn't get approval. It's on East Jefferson. I've asked you about it before. It's it's ready and it really looks pretty good.
Is it the one that's not in a district?
Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's why. But we still can recognize.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
It did nice work on it.
Yeah.
But I do think with the courts, what's interesting is that one of the goals was that it was subordinate to the courthouse, and that it didn't overwhelm the Levy building. And I think it very much achieves that.
It really,
And the work, the rehabilitation work on the Levy building's really been.
the windows look great. I didn't think they would, but once they put them in, I was like, oh, she needed a facelift. She is really looking good right now.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
All in favor, Steve?
Yep. Thank you, everyone.